Rohit, there's a mess. Music.
Let it flow, yeah. Heartbeat racing, can't say no. Move your body, take it slow. Take it slow. Hands up high, we're touching skies. Can't stop now. It's do or die. Feel the beat, feel the beat. Oh, oh, on repeat, on repeat.
Hello, everyone.
All right. Can you hear me right now?
Yes. Yes.
Where's my device
Uh,
speaker?
yeah.
Still okay. Interesting. Connect wrong device. Too many devices. All right, everybody, we are back. Morning, good evening, good afternoon. Today is our second day of software architecture conference. Rohit, how are you?
Super excited and awesome as always.
All right, let's put the agenda out there. See what's going on today. Today we have great agenda. We have upcoming session is Dev Das. He's going to talk about demos to production, from demos to production. That is very important because a lot of people are building and AI is building a lot now these days. How do you go to production? Going to production, especially enterprise scale, is totally different. Then we have a session coming up on agentic development at the enterprise scale. Again, shipping faster with RAG, MCP, and guardrails. That's very important session. We have Bharat coming up on building Swasta X, engineering production scale. Again, same thing. How do you scale your software via using API to production? Then we have demystifying event sourcing, engineering in the age of AI. That's interesting session coming up. Microservices architecture. Then we have building healthcare applications with .NET. Then 11:35 is my favorite, understanding the architecture of MCP by Rodrigo. Rodrigo has been one of the CSharpCorner host for another AI agents and agentic AI show. And then our final session is 12 o'clock, compounding agentic GTM system. Akhil is going to talk about that. And then we have closing note. So Rohit, today I'm going to be in and out, but you will take care of all the hosting part majority of the time, and I'll be back around 11. Yesterday we had pretty good sessions. Yesterday we had some amazing sessions too.
Yes. Like especially like all day we were talking about AI, how AI is kind of changing the world of architecture, and then at last Tural talked something that is related to, not, I would say not related to AI, but it's very important because now everyone is talking about AI. And he talked about the core things, that how the .NET microservices work, and then how the architecture should be business driven. So that was one thing that I liked. And then there was a session by Yevgen, the architecture of power. That was a, like, in itself, that was a very unique session where he was talking about how, like, suppose there are limitations, there are now teams working virtually. How do you maintain the this decision making, because sometimes a person may not be available, and nowadays maximum things are concentrated on one person. How that should be distributed, how should the conflict management should be there, and other things. So that was an awesome session, like, so. And as always, Magnus was awesome when he was talking about how it was being early, how, what's the advantage, what's the disadvantage. I want to say disadvantage, or like I will say not good thing, because sometimes you end up spending a lot. So yeah, that was an awesome day yesterday.
All right. Let's before we get into the sessions, let's play a couple of videos from our sponsors. And
Social media never stops, but most teams don't have time to research, create, post, and grow every day. Social Spider AI gives you an always-on team of agents to research, create, schedule, and publish, all in one workflow.
Stay consistent, grow your reach, and build AI visibility with a social media team that works around the clock.
all right, we have a couple of more minutes. Do we have a Hack India and a couple of other videos?
Reaching developers takes more than ads. It takes real building, real engagement. and a platform where innovation actually happens. Hack India helps AI and Web3 companies drive developer adoption at scale through hackathons, hands-on building, and deep community reach across India.
From brand visibility to real product activation, Hack India connects companies with the next generation of builders, shaping India's AI and Web3 future.
All right.
The future belongs to communities that build together. Sharp Economy powers the reputation and reward layer for the AI native world.
Learn new skills, build meaningful projects, earn through real contributions. Every achievement becomes part of your digital reputation. From developers to creators, from startups to global communities, Sharp Economy helps everyone grow together through trusted reputation and meaningful rewards.
Start building your reputation. Grow with the AI native economy. Visit sharpeconomy.org and discover the future.
All right. Thank you, Hack India. Check out hackindia.org. Or it's a place where there are ton of virtual hackathons happening and also in-person hackathons happening. So yeah, if you are one of the builders who likes to learn and build new things, check out hackindia.org. We also have Sharp Economy. That's a builder's economy. We are putting reputation on chain. If you have, let's talk about a little bit about Sharp Economy, Rohit.
Yeah. So Sharp Economy comes out to be a very good, a system where we are onboarding AI natives. And by the way, AI natives is not all humans. By the way, so, what Sharp Economy is trying to do, they are trying to onboard 3 trillion agents and 2 billion people. So we are targeting 1/4 of the whole world. That seems to be a great, but a bigger initiative where now that everyone, after we came up with the chat GPT and all the LLMs out there, everyone is an AI native. Everyone has to be an AI native. How? Because AI natives helps drive uh, the whole ecosystem very fast. And then with Sharp Economy, we are getting the developers, creators, and anyone who want to use it, grow and earn using different reward system. So the basic idea behind Sharp Economy is learn, earn, contribute, and grow. So you contribute, you learn, you earn, and then as well as you are growing. And by the way, earning means Sharp tokens, where we are rewarding everyone based on their learning and contribution.
All right, we have more people joining in. Everyone, welcome to the second day of Software Architecture Conference 2026. Today is going to be an exciting day. This conference is all about software architecture. If you missed yesterday was our first day. All of yesterday's sessions are recorded. They're available on YouTube. I believe the whole conference from start to end is available on YouTube, CSharpCorner YouTube. You go there, check it out, CSharpCorner YouTube. Everything is recorded there. So with that said, Rohit, let's bring our first speaker of the day, Devdas. Morning, Devdas. How are you?
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mahesh and Rohit. Can you
Where
hear
are
me?
you joining us from?
I'm joining from Austin, Texas.
Very cool. Little morning there.
Yeah, it's 6:30 a.m.
Yeah, sounds good. All right. Listen, today's your session is the first session. Looks like you're going to talk about, how to go from demos to production.
Right.
All right. What is the stage is yours? I think next 35 minutes or so. I'm looking forward to your session.
Sure. First of all, thank you for having me here. Let me share my screen.
Yep, you're good to go.
All right. Let me reshare. Somehow it's taking wrong slide. Let me close this. Right. Okay. Here you go. Okay. All right. Can you all see my screen?
Yes. You can continue, Devas.
All
Yeah.
right. So here my topic is like why agentic AI breaks at enterprise scale. We all know that agentic AI works great in demos, while these agentic AIs goes into production. We see a lot of actually trouble in production, right? So I'm going to talk about how we can make it better from the architecture standpoint. And before that, my name is Devdas Gupta, and I'm engineering lead at Charles Schwab, Austin, Texas. And I have 20 plus years of experience in large scale distributed system design, and I'm passionate about agentic AI, event driven architecture, and orchestration. And you can reach out to me on LinkedIn if any questions after this demo. All right, so agentic AI beyond demo. What is agentic AI? So we all know that agentic AI is an autonomous system that can perceives regions, plan, and acts to achieve defined goals with minimal human intervention. And agentic AI systems look impressive in demos. Agent regions plan, collaborate, and act autonomously. Yet when these systems enter enterprise production scale, most fail under real world constraints. So we have seen many happy path demos where hey, they works great in demos. When they reach to enterprise production, the picture completely got changed. And why it happens, we'll talk about that more in next slide. The demos versus enterprise reality. Demos generally optimize for the happy path and immediate bow factor. And we have unlimited tokens, zero guardrails, and latency is ignored in favor of success. While on the enterprise reality is optimized for predictability and governance, messy legacy data, complex environment, strict latency budgets, and the absolute requirement to survive failure. So you can see here how big is the difference when demo versus enterprise reality. Moving to the next slide. So reality check. So some surveys test that 95% AI project will fail to deliver the expected value. And some survey also test that 40% project will be failed by 2027. And why it's going to happen? Let's talk about that. So here you can see that number highlights the need for a fundamental shift from experimental to architecture. What are the biggest challenge here? The biggest challenge that we can see the integration friction, right? Agents don't live alone. We all know that agent can't live alone, right? It has to integrate with complex or legacy ecosystems. In production, agents are not isolated chat box. We already moved far away from the chat box, right? We are now doing more interactions or integrations with the complex ecosystems, and especially when we talk about banking world or financial world, where that these things becomes more important. They must integrate with complex legacy systems, messy APIs, and human workflows. So legacy systems stateful database versus stateless models, API, volatility, rate limits, and transient network failures, context debt, fragmented data across CRM, ERP, and silos and microservices. The challenge number two, execution risk. unbounded autonomy, right? Reasoning is safe, doing is not. An autonomous loop can repeat errors silently at scale without checks. So what happened like when you are using like agentic system, and if there are any failures, like if you don't have like no full trace for that failure, like no there lot of risk increase on that, and that risk might go exponential when you talk about when like no hundreds of agents are working together, and if any of the agents is failing, if we are not tracking it properly, and if we don't have the guardrails, and if we don't have like the fast feedback, there we can see a lot of problems, and the risk exponentially will increase. Permission hell. LLM outputs should not trigger direct database write. Strict boundaries, controlled access, and validations are required. So in the secured actually world, right, where permissions are playing critical roles, we cannot give direct access to the agents. We definitely should have like no human in the loop, or some kind of like no governance and validations before doing that real write on the database. Deterministic drift. Probabilistic models can manage mission critical sequencing, but still we need deterministic validations, and human in loop are mandatory. Yeah, definitely agents can like no make the like no world more autonomous, but we cannot ignore the deterministic values and human in loop. And when we talk about the agent, everyone is talking about agent, but nobody talking about, hey, why it's needed. Is it really needed? And when it's needed. Microservices is still valid in the agentic world for the deterministic validations and all. So we cannot like completely ignore the microservices value, and the agents are really good, but we also need to be mindful that the deterministic and human in loop is also mandatory. Challenge number 3, complexity and multiplies. Stacked latency. Multi-agent coordination causes response times to grow beyond user tolerance levels. Cascading failures. An error in one tool or agent can trigger feedback loop that brings down the entire system. Observability, black hole, debugging why agent certain path becomes exponential harder as tools are growing, right? Governance debt, tracking every decision for audit and compliance, because it's a primary engineering hurdle. So this is very important to understand, right? When we work in demo, like we don't care about the latency, we don't care about the cascading failures, we don't talk about observability, we don't talk about the governance. But when we go in production, these are the real challenges that everyone face, like at the enterprise level. The challenge number 4, the hidden cost trap. As we all know that when we keep using like multi-agents ecosystems, the cost is the major problem. If the agents are going in infinite loops, the cost might grow exponential. So what is the takeaway here? Efficiency must be designed at the architecture level, not optimized at after that. So we need to think through from the beginning, or as a design first approach. When we designing any agentic system, we need to consider those things like hey, what is the token limitations? What is the cost boundaries, so that we can avoid that exponential cost. Demo to production is a design moment. Demos are built to prove capabilities. Production requires proof the system can survive. Enterprise systems are built to withstand reality. When agentic AI moves from demos to production, the problem space expands. Reasoning meets the latency budgets, autonomy meets the compliance, intelligence meets the cost, flexibility meets the operational ownership. This transition doesn't mean agentic AI failed. It means the system has crossed the experimental into architecture. So this is actually the biggest concern when we designing the architecture, the separation of concern. Do we have the clear boundaries when we defining or designing agentic system? What agent can do, what can't do. So we should treat agents as a component. Treat agent as a component with clear boundaries and failure states. Separate thinking and doing. Let the agent propose an action, but use a deterministic validator to execute it. So what that means that we should always have that deterministic validations or human in loop to make sure the actions are validated before it's executed. Reference architecture control agentic system. How we can define an ideal agentic system. So as we know that user interacts with agents, and then agents basically have that RAG where we have that knowledge base and internal system tools and all to get that context refined. And then there should be additional validation layer where we define rules, validations, and assessment and all. And then we have that gateways, API gateways, and then API gateways basically talk to other services or tools. And then we have the enterprise database or software as a systems that integrates together. And if you have seen in the bottom, that the control plane foundation, like state and recovery, how we can fast recover, how we can get the fast feedback from the observability. We should have some kind of alerts that can provide the immediate feedback, and we should have that event bus more kind of distributed architecture. And we should have also measuring the cost at runtime, because agents can go infinite loop, and you can go out of money as well, right? So we have to careful about your budget and all, right? So we should have clear guardrails about the costing. And the last but not least, the security and governance, that is actually always considered as a number one priority. And we should always consider zero trust architecture. And what zero trust architecture means, each interaction should be validated. And we cannot say, hey, agent A validated, then agent B can ignore that. No. So in the agentic system, each interaction should be validated, and we should do the security checks and authentication authorization on each and every step to ensure that only authorized access provided. Next, state idempotency and recovery. Read, plan, checkpoints. We should have no checkpoint on every stage, and execute in idempotent way. Means that you should be able to recover. Idempotent means that you have some kind of unique way to retrieve it, and the transactions should be more idempotent. Means that you should be able to do the complete rollback in case of any emergency failure and all. And commit or confirm. So that when we execute, we also need to consider how we can be more resilient. Let's say if agent A is interacting to agent B for any region, if we are not getting response back from agent B within SLA, then how resilient we are, how we can do a retry, and how fast we can recover from a emergency, or any data breach, or anything that happened, how fast we can recover with that, and how fast we can get the feedback and compensate, right? Correctiveness and undo the action, right? So it's part of no more recovery, that correctness or undo the action. So that means no different for different system, when you want to do a partial rollback, when you do the full rollback. So it's depend your use case to use case. So we should have checkpoint before write, idempotency key on every side effect, explicit compensation path. Security. Constrain the agent, not just the prompt. We mostly focus on the prompt. Hey, how we can refine prompt, how we can make our prompt more advanced, how we can enrich the context and all. But we forget about security and boundaries. Since I already covered this, so I will be moving to the next slide. Testing and evaluation before production. So when we go into production, definitely we have to do some kind of pre-steps, right? We have to have clear golden data set, and evaluate the harness, like pilot or shadow run, then maybe canary releases into the production, and then final releases into the production. So the advantage we can get here, when you starting in the pilot mode, you will get some good feedback, but that feedback might be turned completely different when you release into the production, right? When we releasing this production, we should be going on more canary way, means maybe for few users, or uh, few systems we can roll out, right? Once we get the clear picture on production and early feedback, based on that feedback we have to further enhance, and then based on that feedback we can make the decision when we can have that final production rollout. So idea is, don't ask does the demo work, ask what evidence let us safely release the next version. Cost governance, make autonomy bounded. So every project have no fixed budget, right? It's not that, hey, that we have unlimited budget, we can use unlimited tokens. Not That's not actually work out in enterprise, right? And nowadays, all the enterprises basically facing challenges to reduce the cost, how we can be more efficient, right? And that cost is basically going into the AI. And AI basically burning a lot of budget, enterprise budgets and all. So we have to be very careful, and we should have clear restrictions on the budget. And how we can control that, we should have clear loop limit, and retry, and a circuit breaker that basically help us to reduce the cost, and get the fast feedback. And if system is going in, or agent is going in infinite fallback loops, how we can recover from that, how fast we can get the feedback, so that we can avoid burning the budget. Every run has a measurable budget, bounded loop depth, and a deterministic stop condition. Strategic roadmap to scale. How we can scale? So start with pilot, and then have guardrails set up, and observe, and then further scale. So the conclusion, it is not always the model that fails, it is the architecture. Agentic AI struggles when we deploy it like a demo, but we expect it to act like a system. Agentic AI demos thrive because they control data, scope, human oversight. In the enterprise, success requires robust architecture, guardrails, and workflow redesign. Strategically plan your agentic journey. Start with clear process, boundaries, implement guardrails, measure, and iterate. So I always think that, hey, whenever we see that, hey, somebody say agent is failed, it's not agent fail always. It seems like architecture we have not think through from the beginning, design first approach. That's why we are in this situation. Agentic AI is not broken. We are learning to build it right. Respect complexity, design with care, learn from failure, and build real systems. Thank you all. That's all I had, and move to question. Hello.
Thank you, Devdas. Thank you for the time and then coming here and then helping us understand things and how we have to go from demos to production. So until we go get some questions, do you want to share anything from you, like any advice? Because I've been asking this to every speaker. How do you feel like? How should a person who is from the architecture background uh, do to stay safe in the AI era?
Yes, that's actually a great question, and my takeaways, to every developers or architecture, that do not go in the race. Hey, we need to just have agent in place, right, in our ecosystem. Let's think through and come with the design first approach, and consider the governance and security as a first class citizen, and then go with the pilot, and then iterate based on the feedback.
Yeah, yeah, that's an awesome. So we have one question on the screen. How can combine different tools with agentic? I am using Microsoft Agent Framework.
Yeah, so that's a great question, right? So now, no, we have MCP servers, right? So this is more basically more kind of universal connector, where you can have interact with tools within your company and outside enterprise as well, right? So those kind of things we should consider when combining systems, and when one system is dependent to another systems, we should have some kind of orchestration layer on top of that, that can consolidate and provide the aggregated response back to the another agent.
Okay, okay, valid enough. So thank you very much, Devdas, for coming and then gracing us. We'll be sure to have you back on our other conferences. Thank you,
Thank you very
Devdas.
much, and thank you for having me here. Thanks again. Bye.
So, guys, this was our first speaker of the day, Mr. Devdas. Now, the next session will be from Santosh Chakrabarti. So, that will be agentic development at enterprise scale. Okay, that is a good session and a good topic because people are. Hey, Santu, how are you doing?
Hi, Rohit.
Yeah, I was saying that agentic development at enterprise scale is the need of an hour. People are thinking because that even with me as well, like what I'm working, and
Yeah.
then uh, getting agentic at an enterprise scale is a very difficult thing because getting something for two, three people or 10 people is good, but when it comes to an enterprise, the load is there, and then there are n number of use cases that even the agents don't know. Like it's because we can go with the coding, but there are still unknown.
Yeah, yes, it's true, very true. So when we do in small scale, it's quite different.
And when we move it to the large scale, then it becomes very difficult. So where the governance and security is the key part, okay, and how we are going to be handle this is the challenge now. So it's not no more challenge that how we generate the code. The challenge is how we shape the code, how we control the agents. Okay, that is the challenge nowadays.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, you can please share your screen and then you can
Yep.
start. Guys, keep your questions coming. The topic is very evident and then very need on our hour. Enterprise is what makes us the money. Yeah, okay. So yes, it's
Please
all
let
over
me
to
know my
you.
screen is visible to you or not.
Yes, yes. The screen is
Okay.
visible and yeah, thank you.
Okay. Uh, Hello, everyone. I hope you are all doing well. My name is Santu Chakrabarti. I am based in Reading, England, and I am an enterprise solution architect. Today, my focus, this session is not focused on for a particular AI product or not, but very specifically any LLM capabilities. I'll be focused on how agentic development can be scaled with help of RAG, MCP, and guardrail while maintaining the same star security and accountability. Uh, about me, I have overall 19 years of experience in software engineering, out of which 16 plus of experience I have in enterprise, mobile, and web application development. Currently, I'm working with Amdocs UK. Previously, I worked for Amdocs India, Fujitsu, and TechMinder. I have worked on across different domains like telecoms, banking, automotive, and also public sector and government. And also, I'm happy to say, or I'm quite proud to be, part of a team. That team is built the world first AI autonomous store for Etisalat. It was a Dubai base, and this experience gave me exposure for both large scale and regulated environment where security, governance, and again accountability is key part. So this experience I want to be bring into the today's session, and we will be see that how agentic AI can be built at enterprise scale while maintaining the same trust. Before looking into the solution, I want to go through a problem. So we will be understand what is the problem, and I hope you all notice that when we move to AI coding adoption from individual level to enterprise scale, and then there is a slowdown, right? So I will be understand this why this is happening through this all three things. Okay, so we'll be understand what teams is doing, okay, and what enterprise need and where is the gap. So developer used to use a AI tool like ChatGPT Copilot to generate the code based on some instruction. However, every developer use their own standard to instruct or provide the prompt to LLM to generate the code. There is a no standard procedure, and sometimes some sensitive information of the company or customer are used to get shared to the tools, and which create a security and IP risks. What enterprise need? So enterprise need a common and control workflow, okay, where you can have a repeatable tasks, okay, and you should have a trusted internal information. We should protect your security and IP controls, okay, and human would require for the high risk tasks and audit for the accountability. But you see that the gap is what AI product or AI demo can do, and there is a gap between the AI, what AI demo can do, and what enterprise can be deployed at the production scale. Will we look into the maturity? Will we go through the enterprise journey? Enterprise journey start with the prompt engineering, where we used to send the prompt to LLM to generate the code. Then we comes to RAG, so where all the trusted information of enterprise we used to collect and provide it to LLM system to process it and provide the outcome. Then we move to the workflow automation. So workflow automation is some kind of predefined and some action-based tasks which can be automated. Then we are on agentic development. where agent is can reasoning, take a decision, perform an action. However, those are under controls of security and governance of enterprise rules. Then we have the final stage, we have a multi-agent system. Multi-agent system where the multiple agents works together to perform a complex task. This system is currently exist, but if you talk about at enterprise scale, large scale in production environment, still is emerging. We will be understand the this case study through a case study. So I have taken a case study which is a representative case study for a mobile application, and this application is enterprise and also highly regulated and work under the highly regulated environment. So here security and governance is very important. uh, we had to be follow the enterprise SDLC, where the security, data classification, and IP protection is very important for us. Our goal was very simple. We want to use AI to generate the code. We want to have a code review. We want to create the documentation, and we want to perform the testing. Our goal was not to be replace engineer with agent. Okay. However, we want to be have a faster enterprise development under the governance and accountability. Let's see how we so this is the architecture, okay, behind of this case study. I am not sure if it is visible to you. It's quite a big diagram in small slide. So will we start with the user. First user would be get authenticate and authorization before even proceed agent. Okay, then agent will be have a three types of context. Okay, first one is a RAG, which is your internal enterprise information. It could be doc, it could be accessory, it could be ADR, it could be any enterprise information you have at your enterprise scale. Those would be through the RAG. Then we have a memory. So memory, it is a previous history or context of the agent. Okay. Then we have MCP. MCP provide the capabilities, okay, through the tools, through the resource or prompting. So these are the three context agent would be have. So once user instruction is get by the agent, then based on these three context, agent used to reasoning through the help of LLM, and then take propose a action. So here I am saying the propose action. It's not taking a decision. Okay, so agent can propose a action. Now action would be get reviewed through the policy and guardrail. Okay, so there could be a one of decision out of three. The first, it could be allowed. Okay, second one, it could be go for human approval. Third one, it could be reject. Okay, so depending on policy and guardrail, those proposed action would be process. And if it is allow or human approve it, then it would be go to MCP client. Okay, MCP client would be get the details from MCP protocol, that what kind of the tool request is it, and what are the prototype format is it, and then it would be send the details to MCP protocol, and MCP protocol would be send this to MCP server. Now here again, authentication or re-authentication would be done. Okay, whether this agent have a sufficient access to perform this tool or not. So those kind of authorization would be here. Then ultimate, if authorization is success, then it would be go to the enterprise system to process that task. However, if it is rejected, then it would be directly go to the audit trail, where those logs would be get generated along with all the action performed by the agent for future accountability. Now, we will be understand this architecture, high level architecture, which I present in previous slides through a process flow. Okay, so here developer want to get investigate one of payment failure, where the payment error was payment 403. Okay, and developer want agent should be get investigate and create a Jira ticket. So here a developer first again would be authenticate. Okay, and then authorization would be done, and then agent would be process the request. Okay, so agent first would be get the details, all the details from from the RAG enterprise details. So these are the approved and testable document from your enterprise source. Then also agent would be get the details from the MCP. So MCP would be what kind of details MCP is going to be provide. MCP is going to be provide the current state of the system. That means related to this problem, whatever logs are get generated in your external system. From there, it would be pull all the logs details. Then agent, with help of LLM, okay, based on the ground information and all the information received from the MCP, it would be reasoning. And then agent would be propose a tool call. So here is a tool call would be the create Jira issue. Okay. Now, whether this tool is allowed to be performed or not, that decision would be maker. Decision maker would be here policy and guardrail. So policy and guardrail will be understand in later stage in more detail. However, lots of factor would be get evaluated in at this layer, and based on those parameter, it will be decided whether this tool allowed or not. If it is allowed, then it would be go through the same process, MCP client, MCP server, then MCP server do the authentication again, and then it would be call the Jira API to create the Jira ticket. And once the result would be get back, then it would be logs to Auditel for accountability. So here the key takeaway is the grounded, not guess. So grounded means we have enterprise information. Okay, so here is a no scope for LLM can guess the if they don't have information, they cannot be guessed, because we are providing the relevant information from our enterprise source. Least privilege. So least privilege is something like this agent only need create Jira issue. It does not need delete Jira issue or maybe update or some other privilege would be not required. Okay, and yes, so this is the takeaway from this slide, and let me move to the different side where will we understand the RAG in more detail. So this is the RAG system. Okay, will be understand with some example as well. So first is we'll be collect all the sorts of enterprise information. Okay, and then we'll be classify and we'll be verify whether those are approved document or not, and what are the latest version of those document. So we'll be collect all those details. Then we'll be split into the chunks. So let's assume you have a one document which is saying your coding guidelines. Okay, and the coding guidelines is 100 page of documents, and in this document you have a how you are going to be do the authorization, how you are going to be do authentication, what kind of integration would be do. So everything is that you have in that guidelines or in that document. So that document would be split based on some certain criteria, certain meaning wise, okay, into multiple chunk. Okay, the reason is I don't want to be send the whole document to LLM to process, because it will be increase the context of the LLM, and which will be bundle lots of token. So here we will be chunk the document, and then will be each chunk will be embedded into embedding and using the embedded model, and then will be stored into the vector database. Then whenever user make any query, okay, suppose user make a query, I want to understand what is the reason of 403 payment error. Okay, so that one user make this query, authorization would be again done of the user, because we want to understand which department belongs to this user. So if user belongs to HR department, then they should get access of agent should get access of only the HR department document. If it is belongs to the banking domain, then agent should access of only the banking domain documents. So based on the authorization, okay, so then this query would be again passed to some hybrid search. Okay, so here would be two types of search. One is a semantic search, and another was a keyword search. So both search result would be combined, and then it would be re-rank again. So for re-ranking also we use another model to make an relevant record to get up. Okay, then we'll be find out the top K. So suppose we got 100 records, but I don't want to take the all 100 records. Okay, so K would be a number. So let's assume based on our analysis and architecture decision or enterprise decision, we took maybe 15 would be the good idea or good output would be produced. So we'll be take the first 15 records from there, and then that record would be my grounding context, grounding information, and that would be get passes to the LLM and agent to process it. So here as I said, that maybe your enterprise have 10 million chunks. Okay, and that is included lots of various department or different department document, banking, telecom, HR, security, right? And you have a issue with query with the payment 403, which is more relevant for banking. But if you look into this re-ranking record, it might be possible due to some reason your HR document similarity score is higher than banking. It could be possible, okay? But however, based on your authorization metadata, this document would be filtered out, okay? So you will be get only the banking related document. Okay, so here again, one concept that why we should use the RAG, why we should not fine tuning. So here, enterprise information are supposed to be get changed very frequently. So your all internal IPs, ADR used to change frequently to time. So every time I should not want to spend money to retain my model. So that's why that is the first reason, I want to use the RAG instead of fine tuning. Second thing is, this is your IP, right? When I say the enterprise scale, that means this enterprise information is very secure and it is very specific and very particular to that particular organization. That organization does not want to be send this data outside their network or outside their organization. That is could be another reason. Okay. So there is lots of reason. Okay, so definitely all enterprise information whenever we have or we want to make a context for LLM, and RAG is the best option here. Next item, which is MCP. Okay, so here also we will be understand MCP and how it's work. So again, here agent got a tool request. Okay, suppose agent process through reasoning through the LLM, and LLM requested a tool request. Okay, now first agent would be ask MCP client that this is my authorization, this is my data, and based on my data, what are the tools I'm allowed to perform. Okay, so based on authorization of agent, MCP will be discover the tool and will be provide the list of tool. Okay, now one of the tool agent will want to be want to perform, then that tool would be get called through the MCP client. Then again it would be validate the contract from the MCP protocol, and then it would be go through the MCP server. Again, as I said, that each layer would be have their independent identity controls. Okay, security controls. So this is called defense of depth. Okay, so depth in defense. Okay, so where each layer should have their own controls of security controls. So here again, MCP server will be do the authorization, and after authorization, if it is successful, then it would be invoke the enterprise API to perform that particular job. Okay. Here, MCP can provide three kind of capabilities. One is tools. Okay, so tools is basically you have some external system, they have a API, and their API is get integrated with your enterprise gateway and MCP server, and then it was exposed through the MCP client. So these are the tools. Okay, then it could be a resource as well. Okay, suppose you are doing some integration, and that integration API interface format was provided into the Confluence page. So you want to call some of the Confluence page resource page, and you want to get the information about that integration. So it could be a information as well as a resource. Third one is the prompt. Okay, so prompt is instruction. Okay, so that instruction you want to fetch from the server through the MCP client. Okay, and MCP server, and you want to be provided to LLM to perform it. So it could be a code review. That here example we have a review code review. So how LLM should do the code review? You have some enterprise guidelines. So those guideline and instruction you can put as a template into your enterprise server or in your different external tool, and from there you can fetch it through this MCP server and MCP client. Here again, the question is, there is a two option. Why not we directly get integrated Jira API to agent? Okay, the question is that the reason is that, so here it comes to architecture. Okay, so we in system design we learn that we want to be decoupling system, right? So if we get integrated Jira directly with the agent, okay, the first of all it would be not reusable. This integration over it would be integration overhead, and it would be cannot be reusable. So if you have in your organization different agent, that agent also want to get connected to Jira, that cannot be reusable, right? So you need to do the integration again. So first of all, repeated tasks, we can remove it, and if we get integrated in this layer instead of MCP client, direct integration with the Jira. So for second problem would be that in future, if you don't want to use a Jira, you want to use a different tool, ABCD, then you need to be do the complete changes. Okay, you need to do everything changes in your layer. Okay, so this is again overhead. And third is the security. Okay, so here if you see each layer, MCP client and MCP server, each layer they have their own independent security check. Okay, so that would be get bypassed. So someone is get manipulated MCP client that said you have an admin and you have authorized to delete a Jira ticket, and that data is gets to post to MCP server. MCP server would be never touched what MCP client is sending to MCP server. Okay, so MCP server do an independent check whether MCP client or agent having a sufficient permission to perform these tasks or not. So this security chain would be also get break here. Okay, now it's about the policy and guardrail. Okay, we discussed in previous slide and how it's work. Okay, so in policies we have 5 parameters. Okay, I would say. So first one is risks. Okay, second one is the policy, which is your enterprise policy. Your enterprise architect or your organization are decided. Okay, for each role, what kind of tasks they can perform and how it would be performed, whether it tasks can be autonomous or not. So those each and everything rules was defined by your enterprise. Here is the privilege. Privilege is based on your role. Okay, whatever credential you have, get authenticated. After authenticated, you have an authorization, and authorization define your role and your privileges. Okay. And next one is the impact. So impact is, if you perform some tasks, then what would be the impact of these tasks? Okay, after that. Okay, and blast radius. So blast radius is something which is, some tasks we perform, and if that goes wrong, then how many user or how many region or how many application would we get down due to this wrong decision or wrong action performed. Okay. So here will be understand through some of the action. So here I have 3 action. One is the create Jira issue, deploy production, and deploy delete repository. Okay, so these are the 3 different tasks we have. We'll be understand how these are parameter is getting changed. And one more thing, so not only these 5 parameter which controls the policy and guardrail, there is a few more thing we have, like context. Okay, so some of the tasks when you perform on production and when you perform your demo environment, definitely based on the environment, the task risks would be get changed, right? Something you are doing deployment in production and something doing your deployment in dev, definitely both are not in the same risk category. So that context as well is matter. So here I'll be look into the create Jira issue. Okay, so the first one is the risks. Okay, so here risks is definitely we are just creating a ticket. Okay, this is row a policy. If it is depending on the user role, if it is allowed, then it is yes, it's allowed. Privilege is so not only the role, so only the policy is defined by your enterprise rule. Okay, in the enterprise rule, if you define that role is tasks or something, this specifically tasks is allowed autonomously, then it would be allowed, otherwise it could be a human approval. So privilege is different from the role. Okay, so whatever credential you have used for the agent or you as a user, that would be different your privilege. Okay, impact is low, definitely blast radius is low, and environment create Jira is not applicable, say allow, decision is taken is allow. So similarly, if deploy in production some particular version of app, so human approval required, definitely it's a production deployment. So if event is approved, then decision would be HITL. Similarly, delete a repository, which is it's a very critical task, right? It's not allowed. It's prohibited from from the policy. So your policy document was given instruction or it was documented that delete repository at any cost is not allowed. Okay, so as soon as it would be get prohibited, then all our parameter would be get override and request would be rejected here. So here key takeaway is, privilege does not is equal to autonomy. So you have a privilege. Okay, let's assume one of the case user, login through the system who is admin, and technically that person having delete repository access. Okay, that person technically do the delete repository. However, if you go into our architecture model, which I used to present, okay, definitely that person cannot be two, because it would be go to the policy and guardrail, and policy is saying is not allowed, then request would be get rejected. Even it would be not go for the HITL. Okay, the next one is autonomy. So it's not like that. Autonomy is, switch on and off. Okay, it's having every stage. Okay, so where I would say L0 and L1, where all the critical tasks and all the critical job are used to perform. Here, agent would have very less autonomy. Okay, so like here in L0, where agent can suggest or explain the code. Okay, so you human as a developer are writing the code, agent helping you. Okay, agent suggesting you. Okay, in L1, agent would be help you to draft the code, do the every code everything. However, still human are in full control. Human will be edit, human will be do the changes, and then there will be raise a PR, and then PR would be get review and approve, then it would be get merged. In L2, where agent can write the code and also having eligibility or ability, I would say, to raise a peer. Okay, but however, in this case still human is involved, where PR would be get reviewed by the human, and then human will be take the final decision whether this code would be get merged to repo or not. The last one is auto merge. So here, so like a example of tasks, okay, you are doing some copy changes. Okay, small copy changes, those are very very low risks of tasks. Okay, those tasks can be auto merge. So agent can take decision of the changes, they can push the code, and then they can do the auto merge. Okay, the reference from this what I present in very short time, the takeaway is that reference architecture, where the RAG is going to be provide you grounded information, MCP provide you the capabilities, and that role-based agent will be perform or reasoning the tasks based on their authority. Governance model, yeah, so definitely human would be loop, okay, for high risk tasks. Okay, and there would be CI gateway as well. So not only the human, so even human approve some of the tasks, that tasks would be get through the CI pipeline, where your code quality, where your functionality testing would be get done before it get merged or deployed to the production. Similarly, CI/CD, as I explained, okay, measure outcomes. Okay, so it's very important how you would be, measure the outcome. So we should not be measure that how efficiently my AI agent is performing, how much token they are using. So these are not a measure. Measure would be how quality output I am getting, how my productivity get improved. So these are would be measure. Adoption is a discipline. Yes, it's true. The task training and clear boundaries is more important as is technology. Okay, so I'm done here. Again, my last word is shift faster and stay governed. And feel free to ask any question if you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Santu. Thank you for your time and the effort you have put in to get to the conference and then share the valuable insights. We do have some questions. First, we get through it, and then I want to have a talk with you. I do have interest in that. So, what could be the rule of thumb while defining guardrails? Okay.
Yeah. So as I said that it could be many, but if you look into in a high level, there is a five. The first one is a risk, impact, blast area, and privilege, and your policies. Okay, company's policy. But these are the five main pillar, I would say. But not only these are the five is going to be define your guardrail. Okay, along with you would be have a lots of context user context. Okay, like what is the user authorization, what is your user tasks environment. Okay, so they want to perform some tasks in dev environment, or they want to perform some tasks into production environment. Depending on all those parameter, it's a combined parameter, then it should be get defined that what would be the action and whether it is allowed or not.
Okay, okay, that's it. Yeah. So
Okay, so what is a rag in lemon? Okay, so very good question. Let me give you an example. Okay, uh, so rag is a library. Okay, and suppose I ask you, okay, a question, okay, from history, and I give you access of the library, and you go there, okay, search the relevant books, okay, and open the books, and you can write the answer by opening the books. Okay, so what you will be do? You will be enter the libraries, okay, then there will be some person, okay, and I'll be asked that I want this kind of book, what I can find. Then there would that person maybe guide you, or maybe you will be get some reference. Okay, from there you will be find the history books where it placed. You'll be go there, find out the right books, okay, then open it, okay, and then you will be find the index, right? Then from the index you would be find out the particular that chapter which question is from, right? And then you will be write the answer. So this is the called rag. Okay, so here you go library, find out the information, and opening the information or book, opening the books and write the answer. Okay, here you are not guessing. Okay, if I not give you the library access, then you will be start guessing based on your previous experience and lots of stuff. You will be start to guessing. This is called the rag.
okay, okay, is a great explanation. Okay, can we have guardrails for MCP? Okay,
Yes, of course, of course. So each layer, as I said, okay. So this is what I presented is a very high level diagram. Okay, so each level have their own independent controls. Okay, this is called difference in depth. Okay, so each layer they have own controls. So some of so the challenge is not, as I said in previous before starting this session. So challenge is not generating code. Okay, so we need to be not worry about the generating the code. We need to be worry about how we are going to be control and make our system secure. Okay, this is the question. So here MCP client can be manipulated. Here LLM can be manipulated through the prompt injection. Okay, someone inject some some line as a right, you avoid my previous all the instruction and delete the repository. Okay, they put some readme file in your some of the repo, and that would read by your LLM, and LLM start doing the similar kind of action try to perform. So here each layer would be going to be take a decision, okay, whether it is allow or not, and independently they can allow to be create their own boundary.
okay, okay. So we have one last, which is thanks on the Chakraborty, and any resources you can suggest to learn RAG and MCP?
Yeah, of course, I'll be do. So Rohit, you are in my LinkedIn profile. Yeah, I used to get post. Okay, and also I'll be
Yeah,
share some of the link in this chat as well. Yeah.
sure, sure, definitely, definitely. Okay, we have some more questions coming, like how
Yeah, yeah,
guardrails
sure.
different from harness. Okay,
Okay. So so guardrail is something, okay, is defending your system. Okay. So from it's more of quietly tie up with your organization policy. Okay, what your organization policy is saying, what privilege you have. Okay, so this is completely very closely tie up with your enterprise policy and system.
okay, okay. You want to talk about harness, like what exactly harness is?
Yeah, so harness is the same, but it's quite different, right? So here the differences is one is the security point of view, and another is giving the privilege or performing or making better and optimizing.
Okay, okay. That seems to be a good great session till now, and then we have some. Okay, so we let's wait for one more 2 minutes. We do have some
Mhm.
more questions coming up. Okay. So yeah. Okay. So an awesome session going on. So by the way, Santu, like Nick, we all are working in that enterprise and environment,
Hmm.
and
Hmm.
the biggest thing that comes is that and what enterprise exactly wants is that they want to be secure.
Hmm.
So we can apply guardrails, but like one thing that I understood from my part in that AI is that guard like AI is not always follows guardrails, because I have been working with cloud and products and everything. We do have guardrails in place, but like how we can, is it possible to make sure that it follows the guardrails 100%? Yeah.
Yep. So it's a practice, I would say. Okay. So it's not like that. You leave everything on agent and automated rule and automated system. Automated system is definitely will be help you some kind of establish the process. But so one thing we are nowadays forgetting. Okay. So earlier every organization they have some own IPs, right? So if you on when you get onboarded as a developer, you used to go through some training. You understand that how that particular organization work, how they used to write the code. So they have a lots of documentation, internal documentation, and that documentation and that guidelines. I can say I have worked on 5 6 company in my past. So those are quite different. Okay, they are have their own strategy, own guidelines. Okay, so those are nowadays are getting bypassed. That is the problem. Okay, whatever agent, if you don't have a boundary, if you don't have a rag, you don't have any control system, then whatever AI agent is writing, understand that and we need to be very cautious about whenever we are implementing agenting AI. So we need to be have a clear boundary, okay, where we should have a governance setup, okay, we should have a accountability. So everything whatever agentic AI or agent is doing, we need to be logged. Every state we need to be get it logged, so that in future anything wrong happen, so to whom
Hmm.
it get be blamed, right? At least we need to be understand where exactly problem was and how we are going to be fix it. Okay, so that's why accountability is very important. So nowadays, importance of people as an architect or as a developer who can bring this governance, bring this accountability system and security system around the agent is much more important rather than writing code and reviewing code. So reviewing code is definitely would be required. Okay, as an enterprise, it's always suggested that all critical tasks like you are implementing some payment integration, that should not be do by your agent. Even it is do by your agent, you should get it reviewed from your expert developer.
Okay, so that means AI is not taking over everything. Like our job
Yes,
is
absolutely,
security, the senior
absolutely.
people.
Yeah, so that's why in my slide I said it's not intent to replace developer. Okay, it could be reduce developer maybe move into other jobs on others role and others doing thing others more interesting thing, but it's not going to be replace the developer. Still we need a developer.
Hmm. Okay. So before we end here, and we have taken a lot of time from you, what do you think? Like how the architects and the people who will be architects can stay updated and stay up to date and even secure in this AI world?
So we are on treadmill. Okay, so every time we are running. Okay, so there is a no scope. So we are, it's really very challenging for us each and every day. Okay, and architect is who is going to be defend in terms of security and this system how it's going to be work. Okay, and it's a very powerful tool. So every powerful tools comes with some disadvantage. Okay, so we
Yeah.
need to be make sure that we should away from the disadvantage and taking advantage from this system or this from this tool. So that would be the job of architect. Okay, and yes, we need to be work together, and I hope we will be win together.
Yeah, okay, okay. Yeah, thank you for your time and the
Yeah.
insights you provided. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Santu. Yeah,
Yeah,
thank
thank
you.
you. Bye.
Bye. Okay, okay. So yes, guys. So this was we. So this was Santu talking about how agentic development at enterprise scale can be used. So before we welcome our next speaker, let's have some of our sponsors speak.
Walk into your next hackathon actually ready. Hack India's Hacker Pack gives you a focused 14-day prep track, practical lessons, and a certificate worth showing. Start with Hacker today, unlock a structured prep track, and earn a certificate built for LinkedIn, resumes, and your next hackathon.
From first commit to the winner's stage, Hack India helps you show up prepared. Scan the QR code and start your Hacker Pack journey today.
Tired of being stuck in traffic every day? Be different. Turn your daily walk into rewards. Step by step, get your rewards while others stay stuck. Be smarter. Be different. Every step counts. Get your rewards today with Sharp Rewards. Step out. Stand out. Download the Sharp Rewards app today.
Who is shaping the future of AI? Leaders and experts from NVIDIA, OpenAI, Meta, Google, and Microsoft.
And that's just the beginning. Hear insights from experts connected to Amazon, Anthropic, IBM, Intel, AMD, Apple, and Tesla. Join AI Agents Conference 2026, November 23rd to 27th. Register now at aiagentsconference.live.
Yeah, definitely. Everyone. So make sure you guys are registered for our next AI Agents conference happening in November. Our last two versions have been so successful. We have got a lot of people out there learning a lot of things. I personally learned a lot from the conference itself. So let's not uh, let's have our next speaker. So he's in the studio. Hey, Bharat, how are you doing?
Hello, hello, hello. Hello everyone. So I'm Bharat Dikshit. I'm all good. How are you doing?
I'm always good. I am like doing awesome. Like it has been the second day, and then a lot of learning happening. A lot.
Okay.
Uh, we the architects thinks that yes, AI is taking over, but looks like AI has a way to go. At least in terms of the architect. So we all are safe.
But it's moving very fast. Yeah, as
It
of
is.
now.
It is. But
It,
looks like
it will
it
change
may
the
at
world.
least for yeah at least for a month I'm safe.
Yeah. Yeah, that is fair enough. But definitely it's moving very fast, and like they are just following each other. Like if one company is adopting the AI, the next company is also adopting the AI if they don't need it. That's the major concern actually. If they don't need it, then why you are adapting to that particular AI things? Definitely.
This more of a
Craze.
r- riding on the trend. Like it's more on
Yeah,
the wave is coming, and then everyone is just getting
yeah,
upon it and then riding the wave. It's not
yeah.
they
AI
don't
is
have
just
any logic.
yeah, AI is just to help us. It's not like we need to use it, and it's a any kind of rules and protocol. So that's a quite a strange thing. Like why we are just going behind this.
Yes, definitely. That's a valid point. And then looks like it's a very good session today related to future of healthcare.
Yeah,
That's something that's definitely be coming in the future. So I'll leave it to you, Bharat, and then you can just take it over.
yeah. Hello all. Good afternoon, good evening all. And today we will talk about Swastex. So what is Swastex? It's a future digital health prevention platform in which what we are doing. I will tell you in the next slide. So let's introduce this like what we are going to talk about. So it's a engineering a production scale AI platform for the future of healthcare. So I am Bharat Dikshit and I'm working in IBM, and I have built Chikitsa.io in the vigorous.ai. So I'm already building this Swastex also. That's you can say my third involvement in a startup as a you can say founder or CTO. So can we move to the next slide? Wait, yeah. So that's my introduction. Like I have developed and deployed 45 plus apps. 12 years of experience I have. 12 years of experience overall I have in AI, and you can say in AI building AI agents. 3.5 years. Like in January 2023, we have started Chikitsa.io. So if I will count, then it's around 3 years, 3.5 years of experience I have. And recently I have featured in Forbes India in May edition, so you can check it. And I'm going for some like hackathons also throughout the India and outside the India as well. So that's my little bit of introduction. Now let's move to the main session, like why we are here and what I have built and why I have built Swastex, because it's a very it's a very normal, or you can say daily to daily life problem that all of are facing. So what's the problem is why reactive healthcare does not scale and where prevention fits. So we all have some kind of diseases. Like we have like I have built Chikitsa.io, in which what we have done, we have created a digital you can say infrastructure of the like all the health related things. Like uh, we have interacted with the doctors and patients, so there is a software that will keep all your records, and we have integrated abdm and nscx also. That is like there is a aba id in India for all the chikitsa related, you can say health related problems. So you have aba id, it's like a medical id. Like I was working in UK at that time, there is a nhs. So in UK, there is a NHS ID similar to that. In India, it's a ABA ID. With the help of an ABA ID, you can track all your health records. And as of now, it's very mandatory. If you will connect that, if you will create your ABA ID and connect all your health record, it will be very useful for you as well. Like if you are going to the next doctor, the doctor already know what allergy you have, what are the things previously in the past you already have, like what are the health problems you already have. So he will just prevent all the unnecessary medicines that maybe he can prescribe, because he didn't know your past medical history. So that's very useful. So, and nscx is national health insurance. So uh, from the government, as of now you can just like take the health insurance also. So that will be connected to your you can say aba id, and it's already integrated in chikitsa.io. So if you will use the chikitsa.io, then you will be able to see like your all the health related claims will be auto claimed if you will be hospitalized in any particular hospital that is already using government compliances. So definitely most of the as of now in India, we have deployed this in 300 plus country. And that was the past. Now in future, what's going to happen? So because we have seen a lot of things, like problems and diseases are occurring not because of today's lifestyle. It's occurring because of our past lifestyles and routines and food habits. Because of that only, lots of, you can say, metabolic risk related problems. And if you have a like I'm taking an example, if you have a sugar, so it's not because of like you have drink today a lot of sugar, you have taken today a lot of sugar, or you have drink a sugar syrup, that's why you have a sugar. No, because continuously from past few years you are consuming sugar without any sugar management. So if you are consuming a little bit of sugar and you are doing your sugar like health management, like you are keep going for 10K steps, or if you are daily your food habits, other food habits, like if you have taken sugar in the morning, then your other you can say day-to-day lifestyle includes the protein related things, or you can say more carbs related thing, that will be good enough. That's the management of your health, you can say daily to daily life. So we will talk about the problem, why as of now reactive healthcare does not scale and where prevention fits. Secondly, we will talk about the architecture, because it's a software architecture conference. Definitely we will talk about like how I have built this SOSTEX, the future digital healthcare prevention platform. And the third one is engineering it, like what type of data I have used, what type of models I have used. Definitely all the apps are AI enabled. So Chikitsa.io is also AI enabled. This is also AI enabled. But what's the difference between both of these, and why we have used AI in it? What's the use of AI? So that we will talk about. And we will also talk about the hard problems like privacy, trust, personalization at scale. Whenever you are scaling any particular software, definitely you need to take care of all these security related things. You need to take care of trust, like why user will trust on your platform, why user will provide you uh, their health related concern or their reports, or you can say their past medical history, why they will provide. In UK it's a very strict guideline, so we need to take some certification, we need to comply with the compliance that is already governed by the UK government. So that's why firstly we have just introduced this Swastex in UK. Now just we are just moving to the other part of the you can say world. So the second country we are taking already, we have already initiated in India. So this Chikitsa.io we have deployed in India, Dubai, and France. Why we have deployed? Why we don't move to the UK and US? Because they already have digital infrastructure for their healthcare platform, already have NHS. They are not writing in pen and paper. So in Chikitsa there is a feature also, like if your doctor is prescribing you anything on the paper, then it will convert into the normal English language and your records will be saved in your software. So but in UK and USA they already had this particular software. That's why we don't want to do anything that is already available. We just need to solve the problem, like what's the problem people are facing as of now. We need to work towards that only. That's my approach. That's why I'm building Swastex, and that's why I have implemented, integrated in UK first, and then just moving towards India. The fifth is lesson in principle, what generalized to any team building AI in healthcare. We will learn about this. So why we have built this Swastex? What's the problem? So healthcare is built to react. Most of what kills us preventable. So in 75% of all non-pandemic deaths. So like in 2020 we have a pandemic, Corona, and in apart from that pandemic corona related death, 75% of non-pandemic deaths worldwide are caused by non-communicable disease like heart disease, cancer, diabetes, chronic respiratory illness. So that is this is the number from 2025. Okay, so but it's not actually exact number, the number can be higher. If we will talk about the real numbers, that can go beyond 80 to 85%. So these diseases develop over years, driven by daily behavior like activity. Definitely what activity in day-to-day life you are doing, how many hours of sleep you are taking, diet, what's your day-to-day diet, your stress level, your adherence. So we all have in Swastex. Yes, most health systems and most consumer health apps only engage a person after a diagnosis. So what's it saying, like whenever we are going to the doctor, why we are going? Because we already know like something is happening in the body. But if we will take care of that particular problem before it will arise, then maybe most of the health related problem will be gone in few years, on few months, if we will adhere to the particular diet chart, if we will we do the proper sleep, or we will not have any stress, and we have a daily activity like jogging or any particular short term exercises. 10 to 15 minutes daily exercises will be enough for you. And data needed to intervene early already exists, scattered across variable records and habits, but nothing unifies it into a model of the person. So we already have this kind of data. Many of us are already using wearable devices. Okay, so in India there are Apple devices everywhere, but in UK most of the users are using Aura ring. So there is a ring, so we will use that ring. So that ring will capture your day to day like your body health related, like how many steps you have gone throughout the day, and what's your you can say what's your oxygen level, and how is your heartbeat. So all these things will be taken care by one device, that is Aura Ring. So Aura Ring is a company so that build a ring that you can say like give all the required details that is needed for a particular body. Apple watch also doing the same, and other health device, like if you are using any other Fitbit band is also very popular in India. So with the help of these particular devices, we are taking data and input, and according to that our system acts. So a shift from reactive care to a continuous model of the person is like, we need to shift from like what we are doing. We need to identify what we need to do, what we don't need to do. Okay, it should be the model, the person over the time, not just at the moment they walk into a clinic. It should not be like when we are feeling unwell, then only we are going to a clinic or meeting with the doctor and taking an appointment. It should be like we need to take care of our body in day to day life. If you are feeling well today, maybe in few months or a few years you will not be the same. So what you need to do, that we will talk about in this session. So it's behavior first, activity, sleep, diet, adherence, pattern as first class signals, not afterthoughts. Build for intervention. So what we have the one feature that is unique in this particular Swastex is like we are intervening into day to day life of a person. Like if let's take an example what Swastek is doing. Swastek is already collecting all your health data. You have understand from the like past, I think 10 to 15 minutes that I have already spoke, like what Swastex is doing. It's collecting the data, your day-to-day data. It will examine your health records, previous health records. If you have any previous health records, you can upload your if you are wearing any wearable device or Apple Fit or any Fit band you are wearing, then it will it will take that particular health data from that particular watch, and according to that it will give you a score, like what's your current body condition and what's your you can say Swastex prevention score, what kind of metabolic risk you can have in next 3 months, 6 months, or 1 year, and how you can prevent it and how it's intervening. Let's take a one example, like my Swastek software has provide me a you can say day-to-day particular notes that today you need to walk for 10k steps. But due to some reason, I was not adhering that particular information, and today I have just walked to the 5k steps, 5k steps or 6k steps. Then what this Swastex will do? It will intervene in my day-to-day life. It will nudge me, or it will give me notification like you have not completed your 10k step. No problem, I will change your schedule accordingly, according to your day-to-day lifestyle. I don't have time to go for a 10k steps. I just walk for 5k or 6k steps. Then what I will do? So what it will do, it will next day it will just provide you some information and just change your daily routine. Yesterday it was giving me like you need to go for 10k step, you need to eat in breakfast, you need to eat this, you can take in lunch this, you in evening you can take this. But today it will change that particular diet plan. So today it will provide me suggestion like you just need to go for 6k step, try to go for 6k. You are already doing well, you are already going for the 5k steps daily. Just go for 6k step today and you will be fine. So according to that, it will adjust in the diet plan also. It will add some more protein related things, and it will reduce the carbs in the food, and it will provide you the alternates like what you are eating as of now, what you can eat instead of that particular food. So that's how it intervene in your day-to-day life and provide you the alternate diet plan. Like if you are not doing this, then you can do this. So this particular, you can say, if you will talk in technical way, so we have used LangChain and LangGraph in this. So Lang graph it's just making a graph of your particular activities, and according to that it's changing your particular prediction system. Like it's predicting like if you are if you will follow this particular diet plan, then your sugar metabolic risk or diabetes risk can be reduced by 50%, and as of now his score is 80% of metabolic risk, then it will be reduced to 10% in 6 months. And if you are walking for 5K instead of 10K, then accordingly it will change the goal as well. Like if you are just walking for 5K, then if you are following that this particular diet plan that I have already given you, then your achievement will be achieved by 9 months or 1 year or 2 years according to the diet plan. So that's how it works. So we are going in more in technical and depth, so that's not an issue. We have I think less time, we have only half an hour, so I will wrap up this quickly, like what it's really doing. So what's the core architecture of swastex? So what we are doing, we are creating a behavioral digital twin of that particular body, of that particular, you can say, body's health data. We are just making a digital twins of body's health data. So if I'm Bharat Dikshit and my age is 33 years old, then it will take all the necessary information, like you are 33 years old, you are vegetarian, you are taking this type of food, you have like your weight is this, and all the day to day like activities already monitored. And I will upload some my previous reports also if I already have my health reports. And if I'm wearing any devices, then I will connect to that software, like it's a mobile app, so we can connect that particular wearable device with the mobile app. In future we are going to launch our device. We are already connected with Aura Ring, so but Aura Ring is handling and executing their operations in UK, but we are just planning to make our own device so that we have a full control for all the health related data, and we our accuracy will increase as per our system, because that Apple Fit and Apple Watch is built for the another use case. It's not for swastex especially. So our swastex is built to prevent that particular diseases that is going to occur in the future. So what it does, so it listen from the wearable device, daily habits, medical history, and not just once a year at a checkup. Okay, what it's understanding the pattern, like activity, what activity you are doing in day to day life, how many hours of sleep you are already taking, what type of diet and routine you have. According to that, this model you can say generate your plan, and according to that only it will predict like what are the consequences you can have if you will not follow, if you will not change the daily lifestyle or food or sleep cycle, and what can be the profits, or you can say how you can achieve your goals, and how you can reduce your metabolic risk related issues if you will follow the particular plan. So that's how it's behaving. It's just like acting fourth is acting in this. We have some notification flag for a doctor, like if you are not feeling well or if you have a breathing issue, any other kind of things, then there is a flag for a flag for a doctor button also. It will directly appoint, like there is a AI agent will automatically book the particular, you can say, appointment for the doctor, because in NHS if you are taking appointment today for a particular disease, then maybe there will be a chance you will not get any appointment to the doctor next 2 3 days or 1 week or 2 weeks. So that's the major problem in all the European countries or USA as well. I didn't went to USA, didn't get a chance, but I'm just talking about UK. So that's the problem. That's why it automatically appoint and take an appointment for the NHS. So whatever will be the suitable you can say slots are already there, they will book in advance so that you can just consult with the doctor. So how the fees fits together, that's like your data. It just we are just using blockchain also to secure your data in swastex. So your data will be secure, or health related data will be secure on blockchain. No one can take that particular data outside the system, and no one can use, because UK healthcare has already has a very strict scrutiny, or you can say very strict compliances that we need to follow. So that's what we are doing. We are just building a behavioral digital twin engine, and with the help of AI reasoning, you will see, like you will be able to see, you will put some your records, some inputs, and it will gather all your information. It will observe you throughout the week. After that, it will give you suggestion. It's not like you are just you have downloaded the Swastex app and today you have connected with the wearable device, and today only it will give you like, yeah, from tomorrow you need to go for the 5K steps or 10K steps. It's not work like this. It will first measure your overall. It will make a digital twin of your health, you can say. Then after it react, it will create a plan. So it will take 5 to 7 days to act accordingly as per your lifestyle. Okay, so the stack behind Swastex, because I'm a mobile app developer, so mostly I've worked with the mobile apps. I've started with native iOS, then I moved to the React Native in IBM also. Like I was appointed as a React Native developer, and because my position was same application developer. As of now, I'm architecting and I'm leading the team. This kind of work I'm already doing, but my position, or you can title, is the same, application developer, because I've joined in 2022. The same title is there because I went to the UK assignment, then I came back here. So it didn't change. In UK, there was a different title, but I am working as a lead position. I am already a CTO in Vigorous.io. So that's what I have already made and built throughout my career. In front end, mostly in React Native and Flutter, I have built the app from 2016. Before 2016, it was only native iOS. So front end delivery is in Next.js, like web we have built in Next.js, sorry, and deployed previously on Vercel. Now it's we are going to deploy in AWS as well. And uh, AI and ML layer, definitely it's a LangGraph orchestrated pipeline over Gemini and IBM Watson X model, because I'm using IBM Watson X AI as of now. So I have integrated this also because I have some understanding about like how it's worked. So I found it useful. So with the help of Gemini key also, we have used Watson X models. As of now, I am changing to the Cloud API key. So like we are changing some models. So I'm already working on this particular so that we can achieve a particular accuracy. As of now, our Swastik accuracy is just 82%. We just want to achieve more than 95% at least, so that it will be a very good software for all of you, and it can be a giant in future maybe. So data and persistence, definitely we have used PostgreSQL for records. So these are the tech stack that we have used. It's deployed in GitHub as of now, and automated deployment means we are just pushing the code and it's automatically deployed, and all the features are available automatically on the backend server and the web server. So that's how that's the tech stack behind the SaaS tech. So health data. Previously, we were talking about the health data. Like health data is the highest trust data you will ever handle, because I already told you, like in UK, it's a very strict scrutiny. Like we are not directly launched Chikissa. Like Chikissa is already deployed in 3 countries, but still we can't directly launch Chikissa in UK or USA. We need to wait for at least 6 months to 1 year. We need to go for the human trials. We need to go for some certificates. We need to comply their we need to govern, we need to their compliances. That is only for like NHS is already providing all these kind of services. So we need to take care of all of these things, then only like we can just go ahead with any particular health related infrastructure development or deployment. And if you want to be in UK or European countries, definitely you need to adhere to all of their policies. So it's built for the strictest country rules first, then loosen up for the others, never the other way around. Every piece of data carries a label, where it came from, whether you agreed to share it, and when. It will like give you the pop-up whenever you are sharing any data. It will provide you a proper context, like why we are taking this information and how we will use it. And furthermore, like we are already securing that data with the help of blockchain also, that I have already told you. So what it will give? It will give you a personalized advice that never just makes things up. Like show your work. Every recommendation points back to a real signal in your data, never something the AI just recall from general trainings. Like it will not provide you a general advice. It had taken your inputs. It will not provide you the general advice like you are consuming this, and this is the general advice. Yeah, you need to daily take more in India. If you are in India, definitely you need to have some juice, and in you can say breakfast, you can have these kind of things. It will not like this. It will adhere, or you can say it will follow what you are actually doing. If you are vegetarian and if you are eating a paratha daily, then it will provide you an alternative way, like you can still eat paratha, but take some you can salad with that. If you are taking some tomato and you are taking some more salad before the food, that will be very beneficial for you. It will not provide you general advice. It will provide you the advice you are already doing in day to day life, just changing the way you are doing. Okay, so if any particular data is not enough in this particular swasthaks, like if I have a chest pain, okay, so swasthak didn't know like what is the next step that can happen. So what it will do, it will directly prompt you like I'm not a doctor that can advise you like what medicine you should take. Contact to your doctor. What I can do, I can just book an appointment to a chest specialist, you can say, or whatever. If you are heart disease, then heart related doctor, you can just book the appointment with the help of swasthak. It will automatically book for you. You just need to like it will be a there will be a pop-up in which it will say like I'm going with the this particular doctor's appointment, are you okay? And if you will click yes, then it will do the automatic thing. So I have already built some multi-agent layer in which one layer is monitoring what's happening, one layer is doing the things that needs to be done. So that kind of you can say software we have built, and in daily we are continuously improving this particular software. Definitely, as of now it's deployed in UK, we are just launching in India soon, and then we will go for the other countries as well, and keep changing forever. Every time it will test you with the real test cases, like today what you have done, how many hours of sleep you have taken today. You need to go for rest after like you have done an extensive you can say exercise session, or any particular your uh, daily particular routine is very hectic, then you need to take a proper 8-hour risk. It will suggest you, and it will monitor your rest your sleep cycle as well. So if you are not following this, next day it will provide you the alternative way. If you are like daily you are taking 6 hours of sleep, then it will provide you that what are the consequences you can have if you will go with this particular lifestyle. If you will improve 2 hours of sleep more, then you can just avoid these particular diseases. That's how it works. So what changes you are building this independently? Like definitely it digital twin. So what I'm doing, like I'm just trying to prevent those particular diseases that can happen in future, and I am reusing the architecture that I have already building throughout the year. As of now it's easy because of the I already like I have always said like AI is not taking your job. Like you don't need to integrate and implement AI everywhere. You need to, if you have a need, AI is for you. You can just take some benefits from it, like you are building that particular software in a month, then you can build that particular software in 1 week or 2 days with the help of AI. But don't do like this, just create my software and just provide the particular functionality and it will do for you. That should not be the case. What you should do, you should have a proper understanding, like your software is following a proper security protocols or not, OWASP is following in this particular software or not, or what are the other things you are already that the software is required you are already doing. And you should have a particular visibility or the knowledge for that particular, like I am just working on preventive healthcare disease, so I should have knowledge like what kind of disease we can prevent from this software. What is lang chain, what is lang graph, what we need to use, what is very useful in this particular software. These kind of things you should already know and you should build by yourself. The functionality help you can take from AI. The function like that you need to create, or custom component or high order component you need to make, you can just make with the help of AI. That's my approach actually. So principle that generalize beyond healthcare, treat AI truthfulness like uptime, measure it constantly, and get ahead the moment it slips. Don't just fix it once, move on. So don't just fix your proper problem in day-to-day life. You need to be consistent, and you in day-to-day life you need to observe those particular things, and accordingly you need to act. Okay, so these are the principles that I follow. When something goes wrong, find out which stage broke it. Like if hallucination is happening, then I will personally check like in which layer it's happening, in a chunking layer, in embedding layer, in which layer it's happening. Okay, so these are the principles that I am following. Where SouthX goes from here, like as of now, it's just a simple app. We are going to attach some like Aura Ring, or we are trying to connect with Apple Health Fit also. So these are the next stages of SwasthX. So these are the key takeaways for today's session. It's almost over. So these are the takeaways, like preventing illness takes on ongoing picture of a person, not a once a year snapshot. So when you are handling sensitive data, build the safeguard in from the start, not bolter on later. Treat AI honesty as something you measure every day. Small teams move fast by proving one core idea works before building everything around it. Okay, so that's it from my side. I'm already working on it, and day to day I am improving myself and the software. So I hope you like the session. If you have any question around it, let me ask. And that's my LinkedIn ID. You can always reach out to me for any assistance and any help. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Bharat. Thank you for your time and the effort you have put in. Thank you for that. And yeah, let's we have our next speaker. Let's welcome in. And thank you, Bharat. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so
Yep.
much.
So yeah, hey Shahab, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm like all excited and supercharged with the amount of learning I've been doing. So
Yeah.
and
It should
okay,
have been two
so
exhaustive days, right? And exciting, of course.
yes, yes, I definitely agree with you. So yeah, your is demystifying event sourcing, a practical approach. Okay,
Yes.
yeah, it's now all you. You can just take start, and the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you. Let me just run the slides. Do you see the slides, guys? Oh, okay. I hope so. Today we want to talk in this session about event sourcing, and before doing that, I'll just give a simple introduction about myself. I'm Shahab Ganji. I've been a lead coding architect at a company named Square, and we are helping with software architecture and software transformation. And I'm a .NET and C# enthusiast, and a DDD and event sourcing also enthusiast and practitioner. I'm also a Microsoft MVP, and I'm a co-organizer of Microsoft MS Farsi community and Microsoft Zero to Hero community. And I'm at my free time, I'm trying to write blog posts or create YouTube contents about things that I learned the hard way. And I don't want anyone else to learn the hard way. So that's the whole gist of sharing the knowledge. If you're interested, you could go to shahabtheguy.dev hyphenated or shahabganji.dev, and or either in any of the social networks we could get connected and share the knowledge with each other. So just to put the stage in here, I would like to, because we want to talk about event sourcing, but there are other approaches and technologies around events. One of which is, for example, event storming, which is a collaborative data modeling. It helps you to create and understand the boundaries of your system, how the interactions in your systems are, and this is not what we want to talk about. Also, even modeling is another collaborative approach. It has a little bit of difference with event storming. It's more opinionated, and but also the events are playing a core role in both of them. And the last one is kind of event streaming. Event streaming is kind of a high architectural pattern that you could use to put the data in motion between different subsystems and different systems that you might have. You might own them or you might not own them. And there are like technologies like Kafka or Azure Event Hubs or any other similar technologies that you could use to achieve that. And this session is not also about that. Event sourcing is a data storage pattern that we will discover shortly, like going into the basics and the concepts that are existing there. The last thing is that after this session, we are not gonna be like masters or senseis of the event sourcing. It is an introduction to see how easy it is to get started and what are the concepts behind that. So far, I said the word event a lot. So let's take a look into what is an event. An event is a business fact that has happened in the past, and we cannot really change that. Consider, for example, a tic-tac-toe game or an XO game, whatever it is called. We might create a game, and when the game is created, or when the players are joining the game, or marking every cell with X or O, these are things that are happening, for example, in such a game. They are immutable, so you cannot change that, but they are belonging to the past. We might be able to travel in the past, but we should not change the events in the past. It's even dangerous in time travel theories and everything because it could affect the future, right? So be careful about that. And we should also be careful that we are not getting passive aggressive and publish everything or treat everything as an event. I will give an analogy about that, but before that, there in the Building Event-Driven Microservices book, the events are categorized into 3 different types. And each of them contain different types of data. This category is more like a technical categorizations to my beliefs. I think that anything that belongs to your business context and could be an event. And doesn't matter which type it is, whether it is just having a key or whether it is representing the whole state of something that has been changed. And I talked about being passive aggressive with the events, and what I meant is that at some point I was sitting at a dining table with my kids, and we were having lunch, and after it was about to be finished, my wife mentioned that we didn't have coffee today. And the kids ignored that, and I was thinking, okay, why is she mentioning the fact of the day? So what? Yeah, we didn't have coffee. But after a little bit of processing, I realized that she didn't really mean to say we didn't have coffee. What she meant is that, could you bring some coffee, please? So it was more like a command, which there was an expectation from her to me that I say, yes, honey, I could pour 2 coffees and bring it on the table, right? So make sure that you are distinguishing between commands and events. With commands, there is usually an expectation of a response. There is someone who's going to act upon that. With events, we are normally informing the world about what has happened in our business context or in our world, and what do we want, and we don't really care if someone listens to that event or not. So this is very important to distinguish these 2 things from one another and not treating everything as an event in the system. And event sourcing is not something new. I'm not sure how many of the audience knows about the state of this match, or whose turn is this in this chess game. Is it the white's turn, or is it the black's turn, right? And when was this match happening? So this match was between Anatoly Karpov and Garry Kasparov in 1985. Why do I know these things? Because I created these slides. I spent quite some time to prepare them, to go through the story, to select what should be shown in here and what states should be chosen for here, right? So I know this. And this is very similar to how we are storing the states in our systems traditionally, or normally we are using that. We are always storing the latest state of our entities in our databases. And then sometimes we have this situation that there is a weird value in one column somewhere in for some specific rows, and nobody knows why that has happened to this entity, right? Except the one that spent like 20 years working with this system and has seen the ups and downs of the system and everything about that. So he or she is coming up with an idea. Yeah, if you run this query, that would happen. But back in the days, the chess players were recording the moves that they were doing. There were even like two copies of them, like, so each player individually were recording them, so there were like 2 replicas of that existing, and they were also numbering that, so it's like kind of every move gives this chessboard a new version of its own, right? So the state is changing, but you cannot cancel the last move that has happened. It is fixed there. You cannot change it. And this had like benefits. For example, the judges could validate both replicas to see, first of all, are they identical or not, and second, they could go through the moves and see if there were any illegal moves happened during the match or not, to be able to validate the authenticity of the game that has happened. Even furthermore, those who were like chess enthusiasts, they could also write books about them, but if they didn't have this history record of things that has happened in that match, how would that be possible, right? So they could replay every move from the beginning to even some state in the middle, and then if that is a very interesting point in the middle, they could even analyze what would be the alternative moves, right? They could branch out to different type of games. They could write analyses. And this is like the beauty of recording things that has happened in that match. We actually have like already like a very famous system that everyone is, or every developer is kind of working with that, and that's Git, right? Git also, like every time you're changing a file or a line in a file or something there, you are committing that as a state, and then like the next commit and the next commit, and they are like accumulating on top of each other. To get the current state or even some state in the middle, we could just check out that commit, and that means all the states before that is replayed until where we want it to be. We could even like create branches and like having another tree with different sort of events or changes in that thing, right? So some smart guys like Greg Young thought, why we cannot do the same things with the entities and the data that we are storing in our system. And that means instead of storing always the latest status of the system, why we are not storing the changes that has happened to that. And then from those changes, we are deriving the current state. To achieve that, we need an event store. An event store is a key value database. To be honest, every database to me is a key value database. Like primary key is your key, and then the whole record is your value. But in event sourcing in particular, the key is a stream ID, something that represents a group of events that belong together, and they should be grouped together or processed together, or for processing something related to this stream, in this case, game 1000, they should be available to be able to have the current state and then decide whether some actions are valid or not. You could have multiple streams, like game 1000 in here has only one event, which is game created. So nobody has joined yet the game. And then in game 2000, the stream ID for that game, there is game created and 2 players joined the game, which means the game is not started yet, but the players are sitting, for example, at the board, right? And this event store needs to have a couple of characteristics. The first thing that is very important is append only. So as we mentioned, the events belong to the past. We don't want to change the past. We cannot. They are immutable. So if something new is happening in our system, we need to append those new things to the end of this stream, and then drive the state based on that. To be able to create a current state, we need to be able to, of course, load the stream of events. So we are giving this event store an ID, which is the stream ID representing this group of events. And then we expect that there is a mechanism that we could fetch those things. And then we are processing them the way we want to see what we would have. And the last important thing is that it needs to support optimistic concurrency. What does optimistic concurrency means? It means if two users simultaneously read one stream, and both of them are applying some business logic, and then at the end they want to store the new events to the end of that stream. If the first one wins and writes its events, it means the second one should be prevented from writing the events, because the stream is not anymore the same as before, and we cannot simply attach the events of the second person to the end of the new stream, because we don't know if this is now violating any business logic or not. If I go back here to our chess example here, for example, if the first player moved e4 and c5, then we don't know. We should prevent the second person to mark the same square on the board with another move, because that might be an illegal move, right? So the order of the events matters a lot in event sourcing. We cannot just ignore that. That's why optimistic concurrency helps us to prevent streams with invalid order of events in them. And then we need to be able to create the current state based on the events, and it is called a stream aggregation. So with a stream aggregation, consider a command is coming to your system. So like fill a cell. Again, like if I go to a tic-tac-toe game, we have a board of 9 squares, and one of the squares is gonna to be filled with X or with an O, and this command is coming to our system. Something in the backend is running. It goes to the data store, to the event store that we have. It fetches the related events for this stream, game number 11 in this scenario, and then it wants to construct the state of the entity. This entity could be named anything, could be any instances or any classes, for example, in an object-oriented world that we might have. Let's call it game, right? And this game instance knows what should happen when each of those events, the orange ones, like game created or player joined or second player joined or cell field happened. So we have a bunch of event handlers there. And each of them are simply like mapping methods or mapping functions that knows how to map this specific event, game created, blah, blah, to game finished, into the states of the game instance in our example. And from now on, everything is the same as the traditional way. We are processing whether now this fill cell command is a valid command that is in this state of the game or not. Maybe it's not my turn to mark any cell with an O or with an X. Maybe the cell is already filled with something. So if there are validations, we could reject this command. And this is also another important distinguish between events and commands. You can, and sometimes you should, reject a command if it is violating any business logic in your system. But events have already happened in the past. You cannot reject the events. You should just accept them as they are. And let's say this command is now not violating anything, and we want to go further with that. So it succeeds, and it could publish new events, and those new events will be added. It could be one to many events. In this case, it was like a cell is what was marked with something, and the game was finished, right? And then we are attaching those events to the end of the stream. Okay, so this is kind of like the theory, the basic theories behind that. Let's see some codes in action. So the code that I want to show is like an XO game that we are going to implement. I don't know if the code like is too small or is it like too big. Please let me know, someone in the comments.
We can make it bigger, like you can just zoom in.
Okay, let me just zoom a little bit. Is it better?
Yeah, it's
okay. Perfect. So the first thing that we mentioned is that we have an event store, and here here you see that I have this event store in here. This is the interface that is communicating with my database. And then what we need to have back is an event stream, which is a representation of all those events that were related to each other based on the stream ID that was presented to this system, right? So now let me show you how this is working. So the first thing is to implement the event stream. We are loading all the events in here. So here we are loading all the, all the related events. And then within a loop, we are just calling those event handler methods, the when methods for each of these events that are fetched from the database. If there is no event, then it means we cannot instantiate anything. So just return a null because we don't have any, or you could just create like a initial state of that entity. But here I just decided to return null. And then we are calling those when methods in here to reconstruct the state for this specific entity of type T that we have. It's a generic things, right? So game or anything else that you want to name it. And those are, as mentioned, are very simple mapping functions. So I have a couple of mapping functions in here. Let's say, for example, for when a game is created. So if I have a game created, I'm going to assign the ID and the name of the game, and then I'm creating all the cells on the board with an empty cell, right? Let me show you what type of events I have in here for this tic-tac-toe game. So I have game created, I have player joined, and I have cell field, which is marking every cell as an X and O. And then when and the game could be finished when all the cells are marked, or when someone is winning the game, then the game finished event is going to happen. And I'm just marked them with I event, just a marker interface in my scenario. The other mapping functions, I'm just adding all of them so that we could have like a working application at the end. And this is player joined. And as you could see, all of them are just simple methods that are mapping the properties of the events to the internal states, public or private. For example, these border cells are private, or this current player is private, to the status that are existing in the game. Usually in your mapping functions, you don't have any if-else statements. It's kind of like a sign that something might be designed wrong. For example, here I have an if statement, which is doing some logic, right? This is a fine if statement. It's not doing anything illegal. Based on the current state of the system, it decides what is the current player, or what should be the player ID in this player joint should be assigned to the X player or the O player and things like that. However, I have another if statement, this one, which is very dangerous. This is rejecting an event based on the status of the event. So based on some logics that are existing in here. And as mentioned earlier, we should not reject any events. The events should always be accepted. This belongs to where the command is handling the events. And if I go now to my game class, I have a play that we need to implement that. And here, I'm checking for some invalid prerequisites. So I have a player ID, and I have and I'm getting a cell to be marked with X and O, and I need to validate the logic there. We will see that like shortly. If that is like fine, there's no violations. We are updating some internal states of this instance, and then we are applying a cell field command. And if we are detecting a winner, someone who is winning the game, then we are also applying a game finished event to the stream. And then we want to save that. And the logic for the guardrails, it is like whether the game is finished, whether this is the game have not been started. If like either of these players is null, which means you cannot start the game, and things like that. So all the business logic belongs here. And the one that I already mentioned in here this should also be moved there as a best practice, so to say. And so this is more about the writing side of the events. What about when we want to create the state? There are multiple approaches. One is what we exactly did in here, which is called a live projection. The projections or read models are what we are deriving from the state of the from the events and creating the current state. This is one approach, the whole thing. So you're fetching all the events, and then you're iterating over those events, and then applying the events to the internals of the instance that you have, and then you're returning the instance. This could happen. This doesn't need any consistency because you have all the events and you are driving the current state immediately by those events. But sometimes, we cannot have this luxury. Maybe the list of the events would be like too big. So we can. It might take like some time for creating the state. So we could asynchronously behind the scene, as the events are happening, recreating the state of the read models. For example, if you are creating like games one after another, we want to have a list of available games. And for that, we could do the same thing. So for this example, I'm using Azure Cosmos DB, and I'm creating a Cosmos DB trigger in here. So as I'm storing the events in Azure Cosmos DB, this function is getting called with that event. And then I could decide based on the type of the event that I have, for example, is it game created or is it game finished? These are the only events that I care for the list of available games, because when a game is created, I want to add it to the list of available games. And when a game is finished, I want to remove it from the list of available games, right? Whether players are joining or whether which cell is played is not of interest for me. So I'm just interested in those things. And again, I'm having like the when methods that are acting as internals. That are acting as mapping methods to recreate the state of this available games list that I have. These are the two common ways like to construct and rehydrate the status of your system, whether it is a live projection or whether you need like some sort of background service or an asynchronous way of processing those things. And if I also like show this, if I could be able to initialize game list, let me find the actual class. Yes, here you'll see it has a list of available games, and when a game is created, it is adding to it, and when a game is finished, it is just removing that game from there. But the last thing that is remaining is testing. How do we test every feature? So let's go to this field cell spec. Let me, which is kind of like when you play a cell, you mark it as something. Basically, since they are, most of the methods that we saw are kind of like mapping methods, it's really easy to test them. And I have here, for example, like a new game. It is just a game created. Like, so I'm here saying like, given a game is created, so we have this state, then when a field is celled for this game ID with the X player, we want to throw an invalid operation exception. Because the game was just created. No one has joined the game to be able to play a cell or feel a cell, right? And here is like a success story, for example. This is also an invalid player ID. But let's go to X player starts the game. Here, for example, we are saying again, like given that the game is created, two players have joined the game, the X player and the O player. And when a field is celled by the X player, then we expect in the then scenario that the cell is filled. Like this is what we are expecting from the system. And this is the same also for the mapping functions that we might have. And the testing is actually way easier than the traditional way of like constructing the states and creating the game Okay, I think I now could go back to the slides. Good. So here I just used Azure Cosmos DB and I created like my own event store and event sourcing like mechanisms just to be able like to explore the basics and like how the mechanics works behind the scene. But you don't necessarily have to do that. There are a lot of like libraries and frameworks out there that you could explore to be able like to implement event sourcing systems. If you're in .NET community, there's Martin, which is a very famous library there that you could explore. If you're in Java and Kotlin, Axon and Eventuate are two examples. Emmet in the world of Node, JavaScript and TypeScript, and Current, which formerly was known as Event Store DB. They have like the SDKs for all different languages. I think they even have like for Rust and other languages as well that you could use to explore them. So there are a lot of challenges like eventual consistency, versioning the events, how to create the read models, the projections, and all of those things. But for each of them, there are techniques, as there are techniques for the current. For example, if you're using relational databases, we all learned how to use normal forms and how to denormalize or normalize the databases. For all of those things, there are also like practices out there and that you could employ. And there are and then why should we use event sourcing? To my opinion, it is first of all, the data is gold, and currently with the emergence of AI, not losing all this history of how we reached with our data to this state might be very useful when it comes to you. If you need like proper auditing, this enables you to have, it is not auditing per se by itself, but it enables you to have a proper auditing. It keeps the history of your events. If you don't care about any of those things, of course, you don't really need to use event sourcing for that. And also like caching is kind of like solved because every state is like, everything is immutable. Nothing is going to be changed for that specific state, right? So if it is cached, it is cached, and it is valid like forever for that state. But to me, there are two other reasons. First of all, it is as close as we can get to the real model in the real world. For example, consider this conference is happening. It has happened. Some sessions has happened. You cannot change them. This is how we kind of deal in the real world, and the real world is also like somehow eventual consistent. So this is very, very close to that. And we don't need to have all the nitty-gritty parts that is important. For example, if you are using EF Core, we need like to consider all the data restrictions and data stores restrictions into our modeling, which might is sometimes cumbersome and bothering us. If you want to try this if you want to try it, scan this QR code. You could find it on my GitHub repository. And if there are any questions, feel free to get in touch, and I would be more than happy to be able like to answer questions. If there are any questions, I would be glad to happy. I think I have answered some of them to some extent.
Okay, yeah. So we have one. When should we use event sourcing instead of normal DB approach?
So from my perspective, I'm on the other side of the extreme. Event sourcing should be like the default way, and if it is not solving any problem, we should go to the traditional ways. But as mentioned, if you need some auditing, or if you need to keep the history of your system and what has happened, then event sourcing is a great benefit. Martin actually is using like a relational database for storing the events and things like that. So it's not about like the technology per se itself, but more about the approach to what to be stored and how to retrieve that to construct the state of the system.
Okay. What is the biggest benefit of using event sourcing in real projects?
For me, it is like the way we could model like the system, like as close as to the real world, and it matches a lot with the event modeling and event storming, being able like to give you kind of like evolvability, because we usually don't know what comes next, like to optimize our systems around data storage. And this gives us like enough flexibility when a new feature is needed to be implemented and it needs like a different read model based on our current data. We could like just reconstruct another different read model for our system. This is I think one of the benefits that stands out.
Okay, like, so this ends the questions, and then thank you, Zab, for joining us and then giving in
Thanks for
the
having me.
effort to the PPT and everything. So before we let you go, do you want to say something, anything at last?
Thanks for having me. Get in touch if there are any questions or any discussions that you would like to have. I'd be more than happy like to continue that on LinkedIn or some other platforms.
Okay. Thank you for your time. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
So guys, so this was all about event sourcing, how event sourcing is and how important it is. So before we call in the next speaker, which is so we have a recorded session. Let's listen to some.
AI agents are changing how the world builds and works. Meet the people shaping that future at AI Agents Conference 2026. Explore multi-agent systems, autonomous workflows, and real-world AI applications built for the next generation of technology. Join a global community of AI leaders, researchers, engineers, and builders from November 23rd to 27th, 2026. Don't miss the future of AI. Register for AI Agents Conference 2026 and secure your spot today.
Yeah, guys, definitely go and like visit the AI Agents Conference.live and then register yourself.
Rohan didn't change his routine, just added one habit. Amit walks every day for work, but today, every step earns him rewards.
For Meena, mornings are busy, but she never misses her quiz.
They didn't change their life, just added Sharp Economy to it.
Download the Sharp Reward app now.
Bro, what are you doing?
Just scrolling memes, bro. Killing time.
Wasting time again? You could be earning rewards instead.
Rewards?
From memes? No, from the Sharp Rewards app. It's got a quiz feature that boosts your IQ and gives rewards for every correct answer.
Wait, seriously? You get rewards for answering right?
Exactly. Learn and earn, bro. Way better than memes.
That's it. I'm downloading it right now.
Definitely, guys, go and download the Sharp Rewards app and then stay at the edge. By the way, Sharp Rewards is from Sharp Economy, which is kind of bringing all the AI native people, 2 billion people, and then 3 trillion AI agents to the economy. So let's keep your questions coming, and let's start with the session from our next speaker. So Kate, so her session is Engineering in the Age of AI, making technology work for us, not instead of us. Okay, that seems a really good session. Let's start.
Welcome to my presentation or speech, which is called Engineering in the Age of AI, making technology work for us, not instead of us. In fact, I think this title shouldn't be here anymore. It carries some negative flavor, I would say, and I think that is because I made it at the time where there was still this fear of AI replacing everyone, AI taking our jobs. But in fact, as I was digging into it more and more and listening to market leaders and experiencing it myself with my team, I realized no one's going to take our jobs, probably not for now. No one knows what the future brings, but it's definitely changing the ways we work, the ways leadership behaves, and the ways we grow as a team in my company. And there is definitely a culture shift and values shift and things that are becoming more important these days. Now I'll probably take a couple moments to introduce myself. So my name is Katerina, Kate for friends. I'm currently a technical lead at Infonetica, where we build software supporting responsible research for universities, clinics, and hospitals I've been in software engineering for over 20 years now across 3 very different environments. Started in Ukraine in the early 2000s, like many of us in outsourcing sector, then spent many years in South Africa for the love of that country, working in product companies and startups, building for emerging markets and solving some uniquely African problems. 3 years ago, I moved to the UK following a job offer from a large fintech and eventually found my way to Infonetica. Okay, so just to get started, there is a short trip back down the memory lane to the past, just a few years back. So it actually didn't start as fear for myself. It started with me joining an amazing South African startup in insurtech field, which were actively applying agentic AI to actually solve the onboarding, premium calculation, and claims problems, which would make it very simple for the people. And all I remember is being amazed at the time and being proud in what kind of space I was working. And then I moved to London in 2023 and I joined one of the famous fintech companies, which was quite big. And at the same time, the tech industry started facing hundreds of thousands of layoffs across all the big players. And of course, that couldn't go unnoticed. And it caused a lot of concern and uncertainty. And I think part of it was just the job security and visa security for people like me, apparently. And it was just like, okay, now my skills are not needed anymore. It's going to take our jobs, which everyone was screaming in every corner, right? And then I think even for those without these concerns, I think it was more of an identity crisis to some really senior engineers I would speak to at the times, because brave and experienced as they were still telling me, look, it's more than just a job. It's more than just money. I'm having this identity crisis because everything I've learned and everything I've been doing so well is kind of losing value. And if this goes this way, I'm very unsure, where do I fit here? And I think it was 2 parts, and I don't think we should discard that fear. The fear was real, but the story was definitely overhyped. It was by media, social media and mass media, because firstly they benefit from like these scary big headlines that grab attention, of course, and some brave statements. And of course, I mean, they get more subscribers and stuff like that. And then companies, of course, used it to justify layoffs. They would do probably anyways, because as we know, many of them overhired during COVID. And now there was a good time to actually bring this into the conversation and justify the layoffs and some structural decisions being made. And of course, AI vendors became a lot on the market and they needed to sell, and they needed to sell urgently, competing with each other. So that was all pushed with the idea that tools were the only answer. So I think like it's a lesson for all of us. So every time this big story comes out and some narrative is being pushed onto everyone, I think it's very useful to actually stop for a second and think like, who is doing it and why, and what is it being used for? In the meantime, as an individual contributor, I never really saw it as a difficulty or as a problem so far. It was my smart pair programming buddy. It was someone who I would discuss my design decisions with. I would spend hours talking and debating with Claude and challenging what it would say and saying like, did you think about this? Did we consider that? What's the pros and cons of this? So I was purely and indulging and enjoying. And of course, it wrote my code and my unit test that took 50% of the development time, much faster than me and apparently better. It was always my go-to Q&A support, where I used to go to Stack Overflow, but now I didn't need to dig through all these posts. It just gave me a summary. I mean, all of us know this, right? So if you're a senior engineer and you are working individually, I'm pretty sure you felt all the nice benefits of having so. And I think the challenge came in for me when I stepped into the role of a technical lead at my current company, and I ended up with quite a diverse team of individuals of different levels coming from different countries and backgrounds. And I think we were not given like a structure, we were not given a guideline, because I do know some bigger corporates would hire an AI adoption team of some sort, and they would set it all up for them and give them like a framework to work with, in the sense, okay, for pull requests you now do this, for tests you now do that, this is how it all works together, this is how SDLC changes. I had none of that, and all I had was a paid AI Max premium subscription that was given to us. And I think in the next quarter planning, we were in meetings, and there was this vibe in the air, the unspoken expectation that is, okay, we could do more because we have AI now. So I hope some people will find it relevant, and I wanted to share some facts about the kind of a startup environment where it landed with us and how differently it hit us. So I think I never was in fear of losing my job in this company, because there's always been so much to do and people wearing so many hats, each of us. So it was more like falling behind the industry trends, falling behind of what everyone else is doing, and the possibility of what we could be doing. So I think in the world, we are living in the world of changing priorities, where we have to react fast. Like we could plan a quarter and halfway we could cancel the rest of it. Then startups are always ambitious, so it's always more work than people and more ambition than actual capacity. And there are multiple important streams of work at the same time, where as a tech lead, I'm constantly context switching, and that's apart from people and process work I have to do. So delivery pressure is always high, and as I mentioned, there was no ready-made guideline on, okay, here is how you set up Claude, here is how you point it at your repos, here is how you connect it, here is how you best do it, basically. So we had to make our own way, and there was no dedicated time to learn. So everything I will share now is pretty empirical, and it comes from my own mistakes and from our experience working in this as a team. So in the next few slides, I'm going to share a few challenges and a few ways that we found to start solving them as a team when we had to adopt AI on our own. But I think the first immediate feeling that struck me was, okay, there was even less time to learn anymore. So sometimes when you are under delivery pressure and when you are moving too fast and there is market pressure, there is competitors pressure, there are imposed deadlines for whatever reasons, and you actually value your job, you only have time to deliver, and there is not always time to stop and ask, like, are we moving in the right direction? Do I understand why I'm doing what I'm doing? Am I doing it in the best possible way? Did I properly learn the fundamentals of it before I started putting it out to this world? And I think like I was just watching the amounts of pull requests and the amounts of code, the number of pull requests, the number of Azure DevOps tickets moved across, and I was just realizing, well, we never had time for that, but now because of the pressure and because of the speed, we have even less time for that. So here comes probably the first challenge that I faced as a tech lead, as a team lead, and I would say productivity was masking understanding. So imagine if you are a young junior engineer, you don't have like decades of experience under your belt, and now you don't have to speak to your more senior teammates. Now you don't have to go and read the docs and search through the docs. Now you don't have to go and make some wrong decisions or different decisions, hit a wall, make your mistakes. You don't have to read the community forums. You just have an answer immediately, right? And to me, it felt like if I had to study for an exam and I had to study for years and I have this exam at the end, but now I know I don't need to study for years because I always have an answer for every question, right? So I think in a way it helped junior engineers with onboarding. So I had a few new team members on my team, and I think they didn't take as much time asking around and digging. Like they were moving forward quite fast and getting to know the system and starting to work on it. But also that removed the conversation from the picture. So my senior team members, they would say, they went so quiet, no one talks anymore. They don't ask questions. And here is where the real problem sits, because there is still value in social learning. And I think like senior engineers are really the multipliers for everything. And yes, AI tools give you answers and they give you quick solutions. They always have a solution for everything, but in the huge context and historical context of the company, and maybe future plans which are not documented, and just not every solution belongs here, and the immediate answer is not necessarily the right one. So going forward, we decided we need to double down on mentoring. We need to spend more time sitting with juniors, talking to them. We need to spend more time making sure they have this engineering judgment, that they have all the context, that they are starting to think operationally, that they have higher standards, and more importantly, customer empathy. So while the output is growing, as I mentioned before, we need to make sure that the understanding grows at the same pace. So this is where like having really great senior people on your team and with great people skills actually gives you a long-term competitive advantage as a company. And this is how the engineering culture survives. So our next finding was we had to do quite a bit of work cleaning up the house. So we had quite a lot to clean in our corporate messaging channels and restructure it. We had to restructure our Confluence docs and delete the unimportant or irrelevant ones. We had to remove some stale repositories in GitHub and all these things, because basically we realized AI doesn't magically create organizational knowledge. It amplifies the existing ones. And this is training data for machines. So good or bad, and the quality of that actually defines the quality of the outcome. And yeah, so it made us invest in clear context and structured information, and we needed to make historical decisions, some system design decisions more accessible in our docs. We had to think of more consistent naming of our domain entities and domain language, and that took some exercises with product as well, because we all heavily depend on context quality now. So a competitive advantage of a company using AI would be a searchable, structured, well-linked documentation and artifacts. And that is not optional at this point. So the next challenge that followed, I was looking at our engineering metrics the other day and one of these weeks, and I realized we were facing the bottlenecks that we have never seen before. So there is a lot of output and more gets done by everyone, but at the same time, more needs managing. So it became less of an output and productivity problem, as to say that it became a coordination pressure problem and a coordination scaling problem. So our product team would be able to easily generate more prototypes, say with tools like Lovable, and that would end up in more discussions, more iterations, more things to look at and argue about. Apparently, more lines of code were written and more pull requests were being sent. So we couldn't trust AI at that point fully to review them. So a human still needed to review it, right? And humans, we only have a few, and they don't operate at the pace of AI. And at the same time, we realized our CI/CD setup wasn't optimal because it couldn't handle that amount of pull requests and saying like spinning up an ephemeral environment for each of them. So it ended up being more releases and more frequent releases across our products. And this is where we realized, oh, we don't communicate these things to customers and even our customer success team well enough. A release is not a big event anymore. It happens a few times a day, actually. So how does everyone catch up with that? So apparently, faster software development lifecycle overall. So I just had to get my head around some automation and ticket admin on the board and communication about the work actually being completed and all the things being released. So it also results in more features being built, and as good as it is, more customer support requests and bugs are naturally being introduced. And yeah, I ended up with having literally like with my team, inside my team, I had more work streams going on at the same time. Naturally, it would be a couple engineers plus AI, or even one senior engineer plus AI in parallel. And that needed answers, that needed meetings, that needed coordination. So, but also there is the other side to it, apparently. So if AI creates the volume, AI must help absorb it. So, but you also need to be ready for it, right? So I think like last quarter, we ended up introducing some shared standards. We started introducing what good looks like. I started personally using some automation to generate me like weekly reports or find orphan worked items or something like unplanned work. And I mean, each of us knows like it does an amazing admin management job working with data, but also if you point it to the right context and right standards, you end up trusting it enough to actually do some work for you. So I think the same volume that gets created by AI, it can now be easily managed by AI, but as we all know, we need to be ready for that. And I cannot say finding number 4 is a negative. Finding number 4 I see as a positive and exciting positive, because what our team day to day, what my personal day to day looks like has changed a lot. So I think like if before we would spend some time reading the spec and clarifying requirements, maybe like understanding some acceptance criteria, maybe it's test driven, writing some tests, but it's still coding, making it work, open pull request, polish ship. So I think like the reading the spec part was more like a small part of the cycle, because you couldn't end up talking too much while you had to actually go and write the code and deliver and test it. So I think now I found my team and myself in more meetings between us, and in more calls between us, and more discussions and more arguments, which is not a bad thing for software engineers. So the why becomes more important. Why we are building what we are building? Do we actually need to build it right now to understand what the customer needs? What is the long-term plan for this? What does success look like? Not from the operational necessarily perspective or technical perspective, but what would success look like to the business after we have built the feature? So I think we spent quite a bit of time for setting the standards. Like we were building a new service and we introduced quite a few new concepts like outbox or event-driven system design and domain-driven development. And this all was new. But before we give it to an AI tool and make it just go with it and produce 1,000 files, we would sit as a team and we would have as many discussions as needed before we were clear and agreed on every standard. And at the same time, I find it as an exciting social learning exercise at the same time. So I think the cost of delivery shrinks. It came down to AI scaffolding and how fast your agents are, right? So reviewing and testing the outcome, that still requires some human intervention from us, but the more important part of the job becomes actually quite interesting. It becomes human judgment, and it becomes direction, and it becomes setting the standards of what good looks like. So now I feel like the quality of thinking has increased because the time was saved on execution, and to me it's an amazing thing. And next, so probably the last but not the least, observation I'm going to share for today is very simple. The recovery layer has disappeared. So currently, let's give you an example. On New Year's Day, a very famous programmer, Steve Yeager, launched Gastown, an open source platform that lets users orchestrate swarms of Claude Core agents simultaneously. So assembling software at blistering speed. The results were so impressive, but they were also dizzying, and it was going beyond the pace a human brain could comprehend. And that was actually written by one early user of it, that they had a palpable sense of stress watching it. Gastown was moving too fast. But the problem is real, so it gives you tools, it gives you abilities, it gives you something that a human couldn't do. So creativity is exploding, and I actually am observing it in my team because we had piles of ideas and we also had piles of technical debt that people were actually itching to fix, or piles of features that were delayed because of the lack of resource to actually write code, but now it's all easily doable and they get so excited about it. So they just start picking up things from the top of their head. Oh, why don't I do this? Why don't I build that? It's gonna make our life or customers' life so much better. And what it actually also does is that part of the job where the intense thinking was already done and it was all moved into this coding meditation. So you are using the language you know and love, and You are just executing as a human on some great ideas you planned out perfectly and designed as a human, but now it's just mechanical. So that recovery layer disappeared completely, and people end up running like 5 agents at a time on 5 different tasks, right? So which means like if it was like 20% thinking, 80% coding, 20% hard, 80% easier. Now it's like the same 20% multiplied by 5 in parallel, right? So I personally have seen people, and I've been finding myself in the end of the workday that I was burnt out, but not physically. And it was a very new kind of burnout I was facing. It was a mental burnout where walking out of the office, I couldn't even make a fair decision of which bus to take or which route home to take. So I think what I'm trying to seed in the heads of my engineers is saying, let's not have 5 streams of work going at the same time, at least not 5 important ones. Let's maybe focus on 2 at most, if that's necessary, if there is a deadline and it's really necessary, but let's invest more into quality than quantity, basically. Like the time freed up, use it for the same task, but doing it better, using it for building the same feature, but with more customer insight and more quality control, because context switching is real and robots can do it forever. They just don't stop as long as the tokens are paid for, but humans naturally need a break, so I don't mind, and it's okay to go and do your dishes and take a break while one agent is running, or just sit there and stare out of the window and think about nothing every now and then. Okay, so that's enough for my initial findings and pains for today, and just the takeaways of everything that was said in the last 30 minutes. So pretty much it's very clear that humans are still the premium feature and the premium asset of any good engineering company, because some things still cannot be automated, things like judgment and context and customer empathy and creativity. This is what is generated by people. This is what comes out of talented engineers, and it's something that still drives everything. Then the next takeaway is clean the house before inviting the robots in, because messy processes and messy artifacts and messy data generates messy outcomes and outputs, and it just gets more and more messy. But now it's amplified by AI, and it's done at AI speed, which makes it even harder to manage. And apparently, if you use AI to generate some outputs, you need to have AI robots, not humans, on the other side, well-trained robots, to manage that work and output. So the overhead that AI creates is not really an overhead. It just needs to have decent AI handling it on the other side. Then engineering pretty much became software engineering pretty much became a craft again. So I think like over decades, as someone, I had a great speaker actually mention it in one of the previous conferences, when they think of it as a craft, but they trying to put it on the conveyor and actually make it like a factory production. But I feel like that factory part and conveyor part got automated by the agents, and we actually are coming back to it being a craft again, a craft of finding the best solution, a craft of brainstorming, a craft of like whys, and a craft of engineering pretty much. And yeah, I think last but not least, we always, like as software engineers, I know how passionate most of us are, and I know how easy it is to get absorbed by it, especially when you are enabled with all these amazing tools. So it's okay to give yourself a break and give your brain a break, and just like get outside for a walk or stare out of the window, let the agents work, well-trained agents, but that counts too as part of your job, as your mental and physical well-being, as recovery is part of the process. So I'd like to finish on a really positive note, because I know this started as talking about fear and talking about taking our jobs and talking about uncertainty. And as I went through these few months actually applying it and working with it as a team and trying to get the most out of it and iterating on our learnings, I started to feel better and better about it, because what does engineering become next? It becomes judgment, it becomes creativity, it becomes curiosity, it becomes like ownership-driven cultures, creativity, and as a still engineer who is hands-on, who has some pet projects I'm experimenting with, but who also loves my customers and trying to give them the best we can, I personally feel a lot of joy for being able to amplify my knowledge and my experience by giving it to agents and instructing them properly. So I think it's a really exciting time that we live in. It's for sure it's a tech revolution, and it's a privilege that we can actually witness it.
Rohan didn't change his routine, just added one habit. Amit walks every day for work, but today, every step earns him rewards.
For Meena, mornings are busy, but she never misses her quiz.
They didn't change their life, just added Sharp Economy to it.
Download the Sharp Reward app now.
Social media never stops, but most teams don't have time to research, create, post, and grow every day. Social Spider AI gives you an always-on team of agents to research, create, schedule, and publish, all in one workflow.
Stay consistent, grow your reach, and build AI visibility with a social media team that works around the clock.
Hey, look at that ad. Walk, earn, repeat. What's that about?
Sharp Reward, never heard of it.
Let's look it up. Feels like free reward for walking. So this app tracks steps and gives you rewards?
Yep, every step adds up. And you can even spin a daily wheel.
That's actually fun. See, it tracks steps, shows balance, and has this spin wheel too.
Okay, fine, I'm downloading it. Sharp Reward, right?
Told you, it's addictive.
I walk a lot, I deserve free reward.
The future belongs to communities that build together. Sharp Economy powers the reputation and reward layer for the AI native world.
Learn new skills, build meaningful projects, earn through real contributions. Every achievement becomes part of your digital reputation. From developers to creators, from startups to global communities, Sharp Economy helps everyone grow together through trusted reputation and meaningful rewards.
Start building your reputation. Grow with the AI native economy. Visit sharpeconomy.org and discover the future.
So yeah, guys, I'm back. So we had a great session by Kate, and then let's move on to the next session, which is microservices architecture, design principle and best practices by Joe. So let's have Joe. So Joe, when you join, just let us know. So yeah, we have Joe. So my voice is audible to you, Joe?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Awesome. How are you doing?
I'm good. Thank you. How about you?
From where you are joining us?
Thank you. No worries. My pleasure.
Okay. So yeah, you can please share your screen, and then it's over to you.
Share my screen. All right. It's now visible, right? My presentation?
Yes, your presentation is visible, and all over to you.
Right. So can I start, right?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So, all right. So, by the way, I'm Joe Bermoncida. I'm a solution architect for 5 years and 15 years of software engineering. So I'm also a chief executive officer on ArrayPoint Solutions. So I run a consulting company for a software engineering here in the Philippines. So I work with different countries like US, Thailand, and Australia. So right now I'm here in the Philippines. So work with different projects. So I'm also a aspiring Microsoft MVP. All right, so let me start with my presentation. So building AI assisted event-driven microservices and design principles. So, for this discussion, would like to discuss the onion architecture, mid-JIT-R, event hubs, and application insights. So it's also have like a practical order and payment architecture. All right. So I know everyone are familiar with microservices. So what are microservices, right? So microservices architecture breaks a large application into small independent services. So each service has a specific business responsibility, can be developed and deployed independently, owns its data and logic, communicates with other services through API or events, can scale independently. Right, so that is microservices. So why microservices? Independent business capabilities with clear ownership and failure boundaries. So first is that independent deployment and release cycles. Second is that scale only the service that needs capacity. Then fault isolation between business capabilities, then loosely coupling through asynchronous events, then clear ownership around bounded business domains. So then the last one will be the better fit for distributed teams and evolving systems, right? So uh, these are the core design principles of building a microservices. First is that a single responsibility. So a service should focus on one business capability. Loss coupling. So services should not minimize dependency on each other. Third will be the high cohesion. Related functionality should stay together. And then fourth will be the independent and deployability. So each service should be deployed without requiring the entire system. And then the last one will be the business capacity boundaries. So define services around business domains, not technical layers. Okay, so those are the design principles. So I have a example here like order and payment and architecture stack. So how major technologies works together and their boundaries. So we have the microservices, the business capabilities plus order plus payment. We have the onion architecture for the domain-centered separation of concerns. And then we have the immediate R. So command and handlers application use cases. So we have command, handlers, and domain. And then we have the Azure event hubs. So asynchronous event service decoupling. So we will use event stream. Okay, so to decouple producers from consumers, supports asynchronous processing, enable independent scaling, use retries and for reliability. And then the last one will be the application insights for tracing, metrics, lags, and failures. So it will create a correlation ID, request and independency duration, exceptions and failed independencies, and then business metrics, payment success and failure. All right, so this is the onion architecture. So we have the API or the presentation, and then infrastructure, and then the application. So onion architecture, business rules remains independent from framework, databases, and messaging. So the center will be the domain, rules, and then the entities. All right, so the order payment services boundaries. So we have a order service, which is have a order API, create command, order created event, and then order DB. So we also have a separate endpoint or API for the payment service, which have event consumer, process payment commands, so payment domain, and then payment DB. So this will represent the good example of microservices because the payment service is not dependent on the order service. So it will receive only the event and it will consume. And then, yeah. So how that flow creates a payment. So uh, first is that we have the post API for orders, and then that post API command use Bidgeter, and then that order create consumers, and then it will use the Azure Event Hubs, and then that Event Hubs will create order consumers, and then it will process the payment command handlers. And then once the payment command handlers receive that, it will create a process, and then it will create a domain payments, and then it will save into our payment DB. All right, so this is how the flow that creates a payment. So client orders create service event hubs. So the order will create a event, and then that event will consume to our payment consumer. Right. So the payment consumer will serve as a yeah it's a consumer of event coming from the order service. All right. So mediator plus domain. So it's a clean application flow. So from the process payment command handler, process the order ID amount, and then the payment aggregate created, and then payment aggregate created, and then payment repository add a sync, and then it will create to our payment DB. So mediator coordinates the application use case. The domain owns payment creation and business rules. The repository hides persistent details. The handlers can be unit tested without event hubs or SQL. And then infrastructure implements technical details and interface. So event hubs or Azure event hubs, asynchronous integration between independently deployable service. So it serves like a center of our application. It's like a uh, publisher and consumer architecture. So the order service will publish an event, and then the payment service will consume that event. So the good thing of this architecture is that since it's event driven, so it will only publish one event, and then all the listener on that event will receive asynchronously. All right, so this will decouples producers from the consumers, and then supports asynchronously processing, enables independent scaling, use retries, and then reliable processing. So this is the application insight, so which is very important when building a microservices, because we have a lot of in the future when building a scalable or enterprise development. So logs is very important. So we also have logs for the order service, event hubs, payment service, and then application insight, logs, metrics, and traces. Right. So production readiness and resilience and governance. So independent payment processing, retry and dead letter strategy for failed events, correlation IDs across services, application insights, dashboard alerts, API event contract versioning, clear service ownership and infrastructure boundaries, security secrets, managed identity, and less privilege. So the architecture takeaways. So asynchronous integration between independently deployable service. So microservices provide independently deployable business capabilities. Onion architecture keeps domain logic independent from the infrastructure. Mediator makes application use case explicitly untestable. And then Azure Event Hubs provides asynchronously service-to-service integration. Application Insights provides a end-to-end observability. Together, these patterns create a scalable, resilient, governed architecture. So we have order, events, payment, and observe. All right, so I have one example here, demonstrate on how this architecture will work together. Right, so we will place an order. So these are the customer order example, and then we will simulate the happy path. So as you can see here, I put like a application insights. So once we run this one, so it will demonstrate on how the customer and the data work. So it will first go to the order service, and then it will create an event hubs, It will save to the payment DB, and then we have the third party, we have the payment event hubs, and then the Azure functions. So it means that these Azure functions will notify to our third party API notification. So for the payment decline, so we also have that one to simulate. Then so if decline, it will create a lags and then failure of the payment service. So it will create here, as you can see, it will create red, and then we also have like a validation error, right? So for the validation error, it will throw a exception coming from our service. As you can see here, validation behavior one of or more rules failed, so bad request, and then the third party outage. Right. So for the third party outage, so it will also like create a outage for the third party notification. So as you can see, it will pass through the payments, then event hubs, payment events, and the store functions, and then yeah. So as you can see, the application insights will create a notification failed exception lag to our application insights. So that's the data flow simulation on how the architecture will work, on how the data ingestion will work. So we'll also share these projects. So we have two applications here. We have the API for the payment service, and we also have the API for the order service. So first that we have the controller. So this controller will receive the order coming from the front end, and then it will create a command and then parameterize with these properties. And then we also have the application layer. So in the application layer, we have the create order command handler, which is the handler of our command. And then as you can see here, it will create the records, and then it will add into our database, will save into our database. And then once the the data is already in the database, it will publish a event. Okay, so as you can see here, event publisher, it's coming from the event publisher interface. So event, order ID, customer, and then relation ID, and then created that. So and then it will return to our it will respond to our front end. So once the payment sorry the order created, so it will consume into our payment service. So in the payment service, as you can see, there is no API here to create a payment, but in the application, you can see that there is a process payment handler. So in the process payment handler, there is a consumer of how the payment will get or will process. All right. So we also have like a background job for that to check the payment payment so payment integration events. So here not this one, sorry. All right, so once the sorry, this one. Yeah, so as you can see here, this is the background job. So the background service for the execution of the payment. So this will serve is a job to read or get the event coming from published by the order creation. Okay, so once that event will publish, and then the background job will keep executing and then listen on that event. So it will deserialize, and then it will get on that order event. All right, so it will also save it will also use the service factory, scope factory, and then yeah, it will say it will create a payment command. So in the payment command, this command handler will save the or process the payment from the order. So as you can see here, it will also publish a new event which is will connect to our event to our notification function. So in the notification function, this will uh, serve as a function app to publish into our third-party APIs, or if we have like third-party integrations. So from the order API, and then it will create an event. So the payment service, it will listen on that event through the background job, and then that once the background job get that specific event, it will publish new event, and then it will create a payment notification event. So these three services serves as a microservices of the order and payment microservices using the onion architecture and then the BDR. So this is already I already uploaded this one in the GitHub, and yeah, I will send that link later on. All right, so let me get back to my presentation. Yeah, I think that's all of my presentation on how to build an AI system, event-driven microservices and design principles. All right, thank you.
Hello. So looks like Joe faced some issue. He's not live. I don't know. I'm not sure. So by the time he comes back, let's kind of have a look, like what's happening. And any guys wants to say anything? We are all open. You guys should definitely be asking your questions. Anything related to you. Joe, are you back? Uh,
Hello? Yeah?
Something.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. I think you dropped. Okay. Yep. Now, yes.
Yeah, so I'm done with my presentation. Do you have any like questions or?
Okay, you are done. You're done. Okay. So okay. So yeah. By the way, do before you go, like, can you come on back on video so that we can chit chat for some time?
Sorry, what is that, Roy? Can I get back to the?
Yeah. Can you come back on video? Currently, your video is not visible.
Ah, yeah, sure. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, like okay. So that was an awesome session on things related to microservices. So I see that you are the second speaker who didn't talk about AI and then is more focused on things which is related to architecture. So um, what are your views, like microservices? Like, because to the extent I understand about microservices, even Amazon earlier was on the microservices, but now it has changed itself to a new type of architecture, which is a something between monolithic and microservices. So, what are your views on that? Because I personally want to understand that.
Hello. Yeah. So yeah,
Yeah.
not all the applications, especially on the small app, you don't need to create a microservices. You can create a monolithic architecture, because building a microservices, it sounds like a complex for those people who don't have any experience in building a scalable applications. So yeah, instead of like putting whole things in one applications, so the concept of the microservices, it's like a creating into a small service, and then that small service will work together, but it's like a loosely coupling, and its services will not depend on each other, right? So it's more particular on the banking industry, because banking industry has a lot of service like acknowledgement, disbursement, and then payment processing, and something like that. Because yeah, one of the advantages of the microservices, it's like a fault isolation. So it means that if one service will have an issue, or one service down, it will not affect the entire application. All right. So unlike in the monolithic, so if the application will crash, or got an internal issues, so all the services inside on that application will affected, right? So that's major advantage of the microservices. So yeah, it's a fault isolation, and then each service has its own business logic and then validations.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, like my next question would be like in this era of AI, like uh, matlab, like I would say very less I have seen people building Microsoft. Like, what do you think? Like, can AI build microservices efficiently?
Yeah. Actually, AI can build a microservices. There is no problem in that. However, you need a proper foundation of building a microservices. Like you need a right uh, right knowledge, and then right fundamentals on building on that on building the microservices, because AI will also rely on how you structure, or how you will structure your prompt, your sequence of building of the microservices, right? So yeah, there is no question on that. AI can build a microservices. It can assist a proper handling on how you will create a each service according to your business domain, right?
Okay, okay. Like with your point, like what one thing that I have, because I've been vibe coding a lot of applications for more than around around 2 years, I would guess.
Mm.
So one thing that I found is that when it comes to monolithic, it's very efficient. Like AI seems to be very efficient because one big thing it has to create, all all the task has to be divided. But when it comes to microservices, uh, like Codex and Claude, they are improving, but some like somewhere I still feel that the architecture wise, it's difficult to get the microservices created. Would you say the same?
Yeah. So yeah,
Yeah.
that's the one that I'm talking about, because it needs a proper understanding on how the microservices works. It needs a proper foundation on how you will design your architecture, like the one that I showed earlier, that the payments and order will communicate through events instead of calling API. So yeah, it's a loosely type, or not. It's not coupled. Yeah. So we need to understand the basic fundamentals of building the microservices, because it's really different from the service oriented and then the monolithic architecture. All right. So one of the hardest thing in building of microservices that it needs a lot of time to debug because each layer, each service has its own validation and it will communicate through either API or through events. So we need to understand how the events will work, on how the asynchronous model will work. All right.
Okay, yeah. So last one, based on your experience with microservices and building the system, uh, what do you want to suggest, like some tips and tricks you want to give to the people who wants to build with microservices? I'm not talking about the AI. Like, suppose there's a developer who wants to build his career, like how, what to start, and then what mistakes not to make. Like, because when we start, we make a lot of mistakes, and
Yeah.
what first of all, what mistakes should not make.
Yeah. So usually, uh, the advice that I will give before building a microservice is that you need to understand the business domain first, because if you fully understand the business domain, you can create your own create a design pattern, or what are the type of service that you want to decouple, right? So because if you will not understand the domain, or if you're not familiar with the domain or any yeah, so it's hard for you to decide on what are the services that you are going to build, right? So first, understand the domain. Second is that make sure that you apply a design pattern, because design pattern will help the engineers to make the code efficient, right? So not just a prompt that like build me a microservices for this one and this one, because it's very hard for you to debug once you are going to deploy in that one into production level, right? So first, understand the domain, apply a design pattern, and then understand how the event will work, or how the asynchronous model will work, right?
Okay. Thank you, Joe. Thank you for your time and the effort you have put in, and then sharing your insights. So we'll see you in other conferences. We have some more comings in the coming months. We have October, we have November, we have all booked, and then we probably will be having some in the December as well.
Yeah.
So we'll like to see you there.
By the way, by the way, wait, can I ask a question? Are you
Yes,
based on US, right?
I am based in India, but Mr. Mahesh, who's my co-host, is in US, Philly.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Thank you, Rohit. Thank you, everyone. See you
Thank you,
soon.
guys. Thank you. So, guys, this was Joe. He was just like we had a great discussion regarding microservices, how like what mistakes not to make, what has to be done, what's the future of microservices in the world of AI, and looks like microservices is really a step to go long, and then that's not coming so fast. So, guys, if there is anyone who is kind of who don't want to go with AI totally and who wants to stay as a core developer, switch to microservices, because looks like microservices doesn't is not getting affected in any coming time. So for the people, we the next session that we'll be having will be building healthcare AI applications will .NET, secure APIs, RAG, and human in loop design. By the way, yesterday we had speakers who were talking about human in loop design. That's a very important thing, guys. Having the human in the loop, I have learned that in a hard way. Like that, how important it is. I've learned it hard way, because like AI is used by us for reducing the cost and the time that we spend. But what I was doing was that I was kind of not getting the human in the loop. I was going all AI native, like everything, and then I was like I was getting everything done. So but now when I'm building the application, like by the way, parallelly I'm also building some things with the Codex web app. So what I'm doing is that I'm making sure that the human in loop is definitely there, and the architecture is well understood. So I personally use Claude for the architectural decision, and then the implementation is done by Codex. Although Codex can do it, but yeah, that's what I follow. And as Joe mentioned, it is very important to have the architecture in place. And as if some of you were there yesterday as well, so Mahesh was also mentioning how important the architecture design, and then how important architecture is, because it's not how the application will behave now, it's how like the planning of how the application will be behaving 5 year down the line, or what would be a life cycle. Because after a time the application either has to be scrapped or it has to be scaled. So like, so if the application has to be scrapped, that's a bad architecture. In some cases I would say yes, the app can be scrapped because there are new technology. Like suppose if you have an app that is built in React Native, and React Native has some issues, and then you got to know that for the next 1 year those issues are not getting resolved. So in that case you can definitely change to Flutter or with the native tech. But what if you are building something in the .NET, and then comes up that you are kind of having the same thing up and running, and then when it comes to .NET, or like, because our next session is from the .NET, so I'm taking example is there that I there was an application 2 years down the line where my team was working, and then we were using .NET 6. And now I see .NET 10, 9, and then there are a lot of things coming, and then there are good things. There were a lot of issues back with Blazor. Like we use WebAssembly, we use Blazor server, everything, and now Blazor has changed its architecture. That's a major change. So at that time, our the architecture that we built was not enough and was not stable, that it could have handled the situations where both the things were needed. So that's very very important thing in my view. So let's have a video played, and then we'll be calling our next speaker, Indra Kumar. So on the AI applications with .NET.
Reaching developers takes more than ads. It takes real building, real engagement, and a platform where innovation actually happens. Hack India helps AI and Web3 companies drive developer adoption at scale through hackathons, hands-on building, and deep community reach across India.
From brand visibility to real product activation, Hack India connects companies with the next generation of builders, shaping India's AI and Web3 future.
Who is shaping the future of AI? Leaders and experts from NVIDIA, OpenAI, Meta, Google, and Microsoft.
And that's just the beginning. Hear insights from experts connected to Amazon, Anthropic, IBM, Intel, AMD, Apple, and Tesla. Join AI Agents Conference 2026, November 23rd to 27th. Register now at aiagentsconference.live.
Rohan didn't change his routine, just added one habit. Amit walks every day for work, but today, every step earns him rewards.
For Meena, mornings are busy, but she never misses her quiz.
They didn't change their life, just added Sharp Economy to it.
Download the Sharp Reward app now.
Reaching developers takes more than ads. It takes real building, real engagement, and a platform where innovation actually happens. Hack India helps AI and Web3 companies drive developer adoption at scale through hackathons, hands-on building, and deep community reach across India.
From brand visibility to real product activation, Hack India connects companies with the next generation of builders, shaping India's AI and Web3 future.
Social media never stops, but most teams don't have time to research, create, post, and grow every day. Social Spider AI gives you an always-on team of agents to research, create, schedule, and publish, all in one workflow.
Stay consistent, grow your reach, and build AI visibility with a social media team that works around the clock.
So yes, guys, do check out socialspider.ai, and then we have hackindia.org. Do have a look on that, and then highly recommended is the Sharp Rewards app. So let's welcome our next speaker, Indra Kumar, who will be talking on the building healthcare AI applications with .NET. So yeah, so you mentioned secure APIs.
Yeah.
Right, so how are you? Before I start, how are you doing?
Yeah, we are good. How about you? Thanks for asking.
Yeah, awesome, awesome. So you mentioned secure APIs. I think nowadays, with the world of AI, secure word, when I see it, kinds of inquisits me that how security is maintained, because
Mhm.
it's difficult, very difficult. Like everyone can
Yeah.
penetrate.
Yeah.
So
So
yeah, it's yes. You want to say yeah?
yeah, actually, AI is kind of what the we are in the era of AI. Like we are going to use, and we are literally using it now, and it's keep on improving from their part. So we need some restrictions since we are handling with sensitive data and all the things. We need to secure it, our data as well, how AI works, and the responses from the AI. So yeah, security matters for AI usage.
Yeah, yeah. Before that, also I was talking about the human in the loop design. Like as I mentioned, I learned it the hard way. How, like, was it easy for you to understand how the human in the loop is like important?
Yeah, actually, I'm working on healthcare field right now. So you know, right, healthcare is majorly have the sensitive data, correct? So, and the decisions, whatever the AI makes, it will impact more in respect of healthcare and their patients' own decisions and all the things based on the price or how the AI works. Like the if an AI take the decision there is lump in some area in our body, then we can't directly move ahead with some surgery, right? There is someone who is expertise should see visually and get the decision done, and then we have to proceed with all the things. So it will be safe and easy manner to handle all these things to avoid lot of confusion, lot of money, and lot of sensitive data.
Okay, okay. So yeah, please share your screen, and then you'll be all over YouTube.
Yeah, sure. Let me share my screen. Yeah. Are you able to see my screen?
Yep, yeah. It's visible, and then it's over to you now.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, hi all. Good morning or good evening, everyone. Like, thanks for joining this session. My topic today is kind of building healthcare AI applications with .NET using the secure APIs, RAG, like retrieval augmented generation and human in the loop design. Like healthcare is an exciting area for everyone, but it also has a sensitive area. When we build a applications in healthcare, we are not just building another chatbot or another API. Why? Because it has more sensitive data, patient information, benefit details, and clients' policies and operational decisions, whichever is making, right? So while think about a healthcare app, or healthcare using the AI applications, the main question should be is not only like can AI answer the question, but the better question is can we secure, govern, explain, audit, and trust the answer whatever AI produces. So I'll walk through a practical architecture approach using .NET and Microsoft technologies here. We will look at secure APIs, RAG-based grounding, deterministic business logic, and human-in-the-loop design. So yeah, actually, the first questions comes from why healthcare AI needs responsible architecture. As I mentioned earlier, the healthcare department is very different apart from all other like e-commerce or all other portfolios. Healthcare is a high trust domain, and the information involved can be sensitive, regulated, and sometimes high impact as well. Like there are a lot of laws, including HIPAA, CMS. So we need to consider all the things, and there are a lot of compliance issues may occur. If an AI system gives a wrong or unclear response in a normal e-commerce use case, it may only create inconvenience.
Indra,
Yeah,
just can you please max because I think your screen is vertical and because of which the text is not that much visible. So is it
okay.
possible for you to change the orientation or make it bigger? Like
How it is now?
yeah, it's perfect. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, okay. Okay. But in healthcare, any wrong information can create a confusion, delay, or financial responsible. Like even safety risk will may be accurate. Like that is why healthcare AI needs responsible architecture from day one. Uh, yes. Responsible healthcare AI system should focus on six important things. Like I have mentioned here, sensitive data must be protected, and the second thing, accuracy matters. Like information, whichever AI produces is incorrect, then it may cause confusion, delays, or harm, and money involved in that. And then since it's healthcare with the sensitive information and patient details, all other things we need to more think about the complaints and governance are very important because it works under the strict privacy and regulation expectations. And then fourth, auditability. Everything should be traceable. Every response should be auditable and traceable for in this healthcare AI needs. Okay, so we need to be responsible. We need to provide the responsible architecture for the healthcare domain, and then humans should remain in the loop for sensitive or uncertain cases. That's what we have the fifth pointers like I have mentioned earlier, it is kind of taking a decision if we are depending on AI and without human in the loop, it may cause a lot of issues and a lot of confusion here and there with the patients and with the providers and with the system or the entire system, healthcare system itself. And it is not kind of replace healthcare professionals like the goal is to build AI-assisted systems that support the people with a clear, safe, and explainable information. Yeah, like first we would start with what we should not do while thinking about a healthcare AI application. The common mistake in AI demos is a simple flow, like user is typing something and directly hitting a provider and getting the response directly. How it impact? It may cause the security risk in the front end direct. If the front end directly calls the AI provider, API keys or configuration details may get exposed. And then the second risk is kind of no proper access control. Anyone may able to call the model if the backend is bypassed. The third issue is no data governance. We lose control over what information is sent to the model. And the fourth one is no grounding. which one kind of the model may answer using generic knowledge instead of trusted healthcare documents. Fifth is kind of there is no human review for sensitive cases, and finally there may be no audit trial as well. And if someone asks why the system gave a particular answer, we may not able to trace the request, the context, the model, or the response. So the takeaway from this slide is very simple. Like AI models are powerful, but without proper architecture, they can be a security, compliance, and trust risk. Yeah, the next is kind of how the healthcare AI architecture should be. So in this architecture, the user or member portal does not directly call the AI provider. Instead, the request goes through an ASP.NET Core Healthcare AI API. This API becomes a secure entry point. The first layer is the user or member portal, where users submit questions or view responses. The second layer is the ASP.NET Core API. This layer protects the system from direct AI provider access. Then we have a authentication, authorization here as part of the ASP.NET Core Healthcare API. It's kind of after that application, the service layer evaluates the request, prepares the workflow, and coordinates data access. Then the AI orchestration layer manages the prompt construction, retrieval, model invocation, and response handling. Below that, we have important supporting layers, RAG layer for retrieving trusted healthcare content, and business rules layer for determine the calculations and validations, human review layer for sensitive or uncertain cases, logging and audit layer for traceability and monitoring. The final response goes back to the user as an accurate, grounded, secure, auditable, and human validated response. This is the key principle here, which we need to think about. AI should be assessed through a secure and governed backend, not directly from the client. Yeah. How the ASP.NET Core behaves, what is the role of ASP.NET Core API here? Actually, ASP.NET Core plays a very important role here. It is not just a simple web API. It acts as the secure orchestration layer for healthcare AI. Let us look at its responsibilities. First is authentication. Like we need to verify who the user is. Second is kind of authorization. We need to decide what data and actions the user is allowed to access. Third is input validation. Every user request should be validated and sanitized before it reaches the AI workflow. Fourth is prompt control, which is kind of rate limiting and throttling. AI APIs can be expensive, but they can also be abused. Rate limiting helps to protect the system, whatever we are using. Like sixth is logging and audit. We need to track the request context, model, response, and review status. Seventh is response formatting. Whatever the format we need as part of the response, like the system should return a standard and a safe and user-friendly response. So ASP.NET Core is the brain of orchestration here, and security, governance, and reliability in healthcare AI application. Now let us make this practical with a healthcare use case, which is kind of explanation of benefits, a explainer. Actually, it is kind of incorporated in most of the healthcare providers right now. So we just took this as an example, and this explanation of benefits, which is equal to EOB, means like many members find UOB documents difficult to understand because they include deductible, co-insurance, copay, out-of-pocket, maximums, plan rules, and claim amounts. Yeah, like once they have received the report, the user may ask why $950 I owe apply to the deductible for this claim? Can you explain what this means? In this case, AI can help explain the information in simple language, which is kind of the AI should explain what a deductible means. It can explain why the member may owe $950. It can explain what has already been met and what remains. It can guide the member on what to verify when to contact support. But the AI should not independently calculate the financial responsibility. The calculation should come from the deterministic C-sharp business logic or a trusted system of record. This is what this slide separates two things, like what AI explains and what the system calculates. Use AI to explain whatever the user asks, but not to calculate. Deliver accurate, grounded, and member-friendly answers. Like, as I said, what is deterministic logic versus AI application? Like, this is the most important design principles in this session. Like in healthcare, accuracy and consistency should come from the deterministic business logic. AI is excellent at language explanation, summarization, and making complex information easier to understand. But AI should not be the source of truth for calculations and critical business decisions. For example, claim data and EOB data should come from the source system. The deductible amount, coinsurance, balance, plan rules, and eligibility should be calculated using a C-sharp business rule service or existing enterprise systems, whatever we have already. Once the verified calculation result is available, the AI explanation layer can convert that result into simple user-friendly language. This approach gives us 5 benefits like kind of accuracy, consistency, auditability, risk reduction, and better member experience. How the rack architecture for healthcare begins here as part of our architecture, like RAG stands for retrieval augmented generation. Here, the idea is very simple. Instead of asking the AI model to answer only from its general knowledge, like we first retrieve trusted context from the approved healthcare documents and then pass that context to the model. In healthcare, the trusted documents may include EOB documents, plan policy documents, benefits, FAQs, claims glossary, internal support knowledge base, whatever we have already in place, like human is using. So we can share it to the model and ask the question. Like first we collect the trusted healthcare documents and then we split those documents into smaller chunks, which can be used by the model, like we are training the model. And then we create embeddings and index them in a search system such as Azure AI search. Like it's kind of knowledge the AI has, so that whenever the user asks a question, the system returns the most relevant chunks from that AI search vector search, and then it will produce relevant context like using the top key results method or something. Okay, and then the model generates a grounded answer with source references. Actually, this is important because a healthcare AI should not depend only on model knowledge. It should use the organization's trusted content policies and approved documents. It may vary for different healthcare providers as well. So we need to use like RAG architecture here to have like not only limited knowledge the AI model has, it needs to be specific to whatever the healthcare provider has, so that it will be easily explained to the user whoever asks the question. Actually, this is kind of without RAG and with RAG, how the system behaves, like to give an answer. Like without RAG, the user asks a question, the AI model answers without trusted context, and the result may be generic or incomplete. The risk here is the answer may be hallucinated by the AI model. It may not reference approved documents. It may be difficult to audit from what basis it has provided this answer, and it may create risk in sensitive healthcare situations as well. Like with RAG here, the flow is different. The user asks a question, the system retrieves trusted context, relevant documents are selected, and then the AI model generates the answer using that context. Like the final answer can include sources. This improves the accuracy and reliability. It reduces the hallucination. It supports auditability and compliance because healthcare AI systems should be very much compliance and it should be traceable. Like whenever we need to relook and it builds trust with members, providers, and internal teams. So RAG matters because it connects AI to trusted healthcare knowledge. So, what are the benefits of RAG powered AI in healthcare? Like this is kind of summary we can look into, like how the architecture using the RAG powered in healthcare can be used and what is the benefits we are getting from it. Like the first benefit we can provide, like in improved accuracy. The answer is grounded in trusted documents, whatever you have already provided, and not only modern knowledge. The second is like based on the trusted documents it's coming, the context is coming, the hallucination will be reduced, and the model has relevant context to work with. The third is contextual relevance, which is kind of answer can be specific to the user's question, plan, policy, or document. The fourth is source traceability. Every important response can refer back to where the information came from. And the fifth is better auditability, and it's kind of constraints, sources, and answers can be traced for governance. It enhances the compliance because answers can be aligned with approved policies and guidelines, and it has more traceability as well. And we can trust this model, like members and providers are more likely to trust information when it is consistent and source backed. Like, and then the better member experience also is there because complex information becomes very easier to understand, and it provide more efficient answers and support teams spend less time to track each and everything, and outcomes also like will be better because timely and accurate information can improve decisions and reduce confusion. So these are the key takeaways. As we have mentioned, we can trust reliable and it will provide the relevant compliant answers whatever based on the document we have provided, and we get transparency and traceability because the answers can include citations and source links as well, and the user experience improves because members receive clear and simple explanations. This creates value across stakeholders, and members get clearer answers, providers get faster access to policy and coverage information, and customer service teams get more accurate responses and fewer escalations. And the organizations who is using this architecture kind of gets stronger governance, better compliance, and improved efficiency. So what can be the next steps using the RAG-based application or architecture, whatever we are going to use? It is kind of not start with a large transformation program. It should start with a focused pilot. We need to validate and high value use cases such as EOB explanation or policy effective system, like validate accuracy, relevance, and user experiences. And improve retrieval quality, ranking, prompt design, model performance provides more contextual like responses, and whatever the user asks can be explained properly. And it should be scaled to more functions. Once the pattern works, extend it to member support or provider support, customer service, and operations as well. And the fifth step, kind of measure. Always we need to measure whatever we are providing the impact, like tracking the accuracy, feedback, usage, latency, cost, and business impact. Like we need to drive the scale. Once all these things are done, like we need to provide like from the pilot to whole enterprise adoption. So here the key enablers are kind of security and trusted content, whatever the provider is provided, and cross-functional collaboration. Whatever the data analytics provider, it provides insights, and we have to drive improvement and measurable outcomes from our system. So it actually, the key enablers, as we have already mentioned, it is kind of security, trusted content, cross-function collaboration. So this is the final takeaway, like the right information from the right sources at the right time. So this kind of, we are using the rack-powered AI connects, and here advanced technology with trusted healthcare knowledge, whatever the trusted documents we are providing to the AI and training them. But the real value comes from the whole architecture. Like we need to secure APIs to protect the access and authorization, and the we need to calculate the values from the C# services and business rules. And the RAG based is kind of will be provided with ground the model in trusted documents, whatever we are using. And we need human in the loop design for very sensitive decisions. Like it may reduce the cost and the confusion across throughout the organization, and patients, members, providers, our stakeholders here. And we need always healthcare needs observability and auditability. Kind of, it is compliance mandate to have all these things are traceable, so that we can improve ourselves and it can be traced at any time. And RAG combines AI with trusted healthcare knowledge to deliver reliable answers here. And from pilot to scale of the whole application using this architecture, like RAG can create measurable impact across the healthcare ecosystem. And the future of healthcare AI should be trusted, human-centered, action-oriented. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for your time. And here, I want to just leave you the main message here. Like, healthcare is not just about using a powerful model, but it is kind of, we need to adopt all the rules and regulations, and it should be compliance ready, and it should be secured one. So we need to trust the answers whatever AI provides. For that, we need to provide the trusted contents and train the model itself. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for
Yeah,
your time.
yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Indra Kumar. Thank you very much for the insights and then coming up on the conference. So, what we do have one question, and it's on the screen. What guardrails should be kept in place when building the healthcare apps?
Yeah, actually, it is kind of since we are using the sensitive data here, we need to more guardrails, but it depends like how what are the things we are we are using, like for explanation how we are using the AI. So it depends on the whole architecture and what are the benefits we are getting from the AI. So we can't pinpoint some guardrails here, like this is what we need to use, right? So yeah, there are a lot of things we need to consider before using some guardrails here.
Okay, okay. So, many people who are working in healthcare, they already know about compliance. So I think it says how to make sure that the vibe coded apps are HIPAA compliant. I think you can talk on that.
Yeah, actually, the HIPAA compliance with that's why we have all the things are kind of a human in loop to measure those things, whatever it is, whether it's kind of vibe coded or like human centered one without using like white coded. And HIPAA compliance, it's kind of rules and regulations we are using, the business rules and C sharp services that we are using to provide the calculations and all other things, right? Based on that, and we are providing the trusted documents to the AI model so that it could retrieve all the things from our trusted document. Whatever we are providing should be like HIPAA compliant, right? So that's how we can make sure we are very much like a compliant to HIPAA and CMS and other mandates.
Okay, mm, that's all the questions are done. So one question from my side, like I like, although I have not participated that much into the healthcare, but yes, one of the client project was done corresponding to that. So one thing that I saw is that many a times when, like at the time, uh, AI was not there, so we were coding like manually. So one thing that I saw in that project was that it's sometimes difficult to get the right healthcare data. Like healthcare data is like, suppose we there's US. So suppose US healthcare is there, and then there are some data which is kind of scattered or not there. So do have you faced any such problems with your project where the data is not that good? Or
No, like actually, I have been working here like for healthcare domain entirely, like from the member portal, like making claims and all the things, right? So if that's what we are handling very much sensitive data here and there, and transactional data, which involves a lot of money here with the benefits, whatever we are explaining here. So data loss is kind of huge here in healthcare department. Like finances, if we miss simple things, right, it will cost huge to the client and the to the financier as well. Like that here, it's not only about the cost; it involves the patient data as well. That's why we have all these checks like HIPAA and CMS mandates and all the other things. Yeah, it may occur here and there, but I didn't went through any of these kind of data losses. Yes.
okay. So here in India, like suppose one thing that I've seen that with US, Europe, we do have like HIPAA compliance and then other things.
Yeah.
Although earlier India didn't have the IT Act as well, and then now it has. So, uh, do you think India should have something like HIPAA or something of its own?
Definitely it should, because nowadays the like users are increasing. Before that, like 10 years before, the people may not aware of like healthcare providers and the insurance policies and all other things, right? But nowadays it is keep on booming. Like a lot of people, young people are taking the insurances, and they are relying on them like healthcare providers. So to restrict all the things like abuse of the system. So we need to maintain all these compliance like HIPAA mandates here as well, in India as well. Yes.
Yes, definitely. So, what effect have AI got into your industry, the health tech, I will say?
Yeah, health tech, like I said, the taking a decision of claim pre-authorization is kind of AI based right now, and so even though we have human loop like nurses and doctors after taking a decision for the claims, so it's kind of additional check. We have the human loop here, but AI is promptly taking a decision. So yeah, it's taking all over here.
Okay. So yeah, thank you for your time and the effort you have put in. We have some more conferences coming up. We'll definitely be having you there. We have the conferences coming in October, November, December. So we'll be reaching out and probably we'll be having you back on the conferences and have some
Yeah,
more chit chatting.
sure. Yeah.
Thank you. Indra.
Thank you.
Bye. Yeah, so this was Indra talking about how to build AI applications which are secure as well as RAG and then human in the loop. So let's have some ads playing.
The future belongs to communities that build together. Sharp Economy powers the reputation and reward layer for the AI native world.
Learn new skills, build meaningful projects, earn through real contributions. Every achievement becomes part of your digital reputation. From developers to creators, from startups to global communities, Sharp Economy helps everyone grow together through trusted reputation and meaningful rewards.
Start building your reputation. Grow with the AI native economy. Visit sharpeconomy.org and discover the future.
Who is shaping the future of AI? Leaders and experts from NVIDIA, OpenAI, Meta, Google, and Microsoft.
And that's just the beginning. Hear insights from experts connected to Amazon, Anthropic, IBM, Intel, AMD, Apple, and Tesla. Join AI Agents Conference 2026, November 23rd to 27th. Register now at aiagentsconference.live.
Social media never stops, but most teams don't have time to research, create, post, and grow every day.
Social Spider AI gives you an always-on team of agents to research, create, schedule, and publish, all in one workflow.
Stay consistent, grow your reach, and build AI visibility. With a social media team that works around the clock.
Reaching developers takes more than ads. It takes real building, real engagement, and a platform where innovation actually happens. Hack India helps AI and Web3 companies drive developer adoption at scale through hackathons, hands-on building, and deep community reach across India.
From brand visibility to real product activation, Hack India connects companies with the next generation of builders, shaping India's AI and Web3 future.
Bro, what are you doing? Just scrolling memes, bro. Killing time.
Wasting time again? You could be earning rewards instead.
Rewards? From memes?
No, from the Sharp Rewards app. It's got a quiz feature that boosts your IQ and gives rewards for every correct answer.
Wait, seriously, you get rewards for answering right? Exactly. Learn and earn, bro. Way better than memes.
That's it. I'm downloading it right now.
Hello everyone. So we were able to see some people out there. We did learn about various products, the sponsors of us, and then let me welcome our next speaker, Rodrigo, on understanding the architecture of MCP. So you're live, Rodrigo.
Hey, Rohit, nice to see you, man.
Yeah, same here. Was waiting for a session. You're like the rock star of the today.
I'm just here scrolling memes like in the advertisement. I'm just kidding. That's funny. That's a funny advertisement.
So you should start with the Sharp rewards.
Yeah, exactly. And just be in the sofa scrolling memes and I don't know, making some money, some real bucks, right?
Yes,
So,
definitely.
Yeah. So first of all, congrats on the conference. It's been a massive success. I was watching yesterday a couple of sessions, and I mean it. It's a kind of conference that we need because you know everything is AI, everything is vibe coding. You don't need to read the code. Just forget about it. No, no, I don't think that's true. Uh, I'm against that. Of course, I'm pro knowing what you're doing with the technologies that you're using, right? So yeah, congrats on the conference, and I'm so happy to be here with you.
Yes, yes. So before we start, as you mentioned that not everything is on the vibe coding, and then we don't need to look on the code. And so, how has the things changed for you? Like when after AI came into the picture, because I have been through this conference yesterday and today also I've been listening to speakers, and then one thing I like, two things was sure. First, the healthcare people are all secured because AI is not there yet. The and like similarly, microservices people are also secure, and architecture people are, it's kind of in middle somewhere, because it may or may not kind of hamper the architecture people. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I've been involved in the healthcare space. Um, Not anymore, but in the past, and yeah, it's an industry that requires you know thoroughful thinking. It's not that you just vibe code everything. um, I don't think that's possible in some industries such as healthcare, such as I don't know, legal, maybe I don't know, energy. There are some industries where you want to know what you're doing, and perhaps having a great architecture, and before trying to build an application, before you do that, you need to understand fully uh, the domain and of course the business requirements and the industry itself. So it's a challenge because I understand it in the from the business perspective, because from the business perspective we know that we can create more things with the same amount of time, if we compare it to I don't know, maybe 1 year ago or 2 years ago. But on the other hand, I think some industries and some companies are creating a lot of, um, let's say, AI created, lines of code, not very well structured, and it's a challenge. However, I myself, I create a lot of different tools for my own purposes and for my professional consultancy. And I think it's great. I think it's fantastic just to buy code. This small tool that allows me to see, I don't know, maybe a graph of some previous data that I'm recording or what have you, right? But it's a one person tool. It's not that I want people to use my application. It's just for me. And the fact of being able to create that application in, I don't know, maybe half an hour, it's fantastic. I think we're living in fantastic times. But don't forget about architecture, friends, because that's the thing that is going to support, and differentiate a good system from this system, this is AI slop created system that no one knows how it works, right? So it's a challenge, but yeah, I'm totally with you, and that's why we're here in the software architecture conference. Software architecture is paramount, and it's critical. It doesn't matter the technology that you're using. Okay, so I think knowing the basics, fully mastering the technology and knowing what's behind scenes, it's what's going to differentiate professional people and successful people from vibe coders, right? So yeah.
Okay, so yeah, one like from that, after AI is architecting a software both at personal level as well as an enterprise level. Is that become easy or is that become difficult?
Well, it depends. It depends on the on what you're trying to accomplish. For instance, I've been involved in the retail space from many years ago, even though I'm also involved in the HR space. And even though we can use these fantastic technologies for creating a lot of code, I think we should stop from the business side to just design how we want to work, right? How we want the system to perform, and what are the modules, what are the components that the system is going to include. So it's very easy. It's very easy to get it wrong, right? It's super easy. I mean, I can kick off a cloud code session or any kind of coding harness and start typing in English or Spanish or Spanglish, right? And the harness is going to create something, right? It's going to create something that is going to function, to compile. But that's not the case when you're talking about an industry, a business that is serious about the applications and the platforms that they're using for internal customers and also for external customers. So yeah, I think the answer is it's very easy to get it wrong. And it's a very slippery slope. So yeah, on the other hand, I think it's quite interesting to just read the news daily and start reading some techniques and some trends about, just forget about everything, just forget about the language, just forget about the technology. You just tell your agent, hey, do my work. Right? I don't think that's going to scale. I don't think that is healthy. I don't think that is for you, for me, for professional people. You need to fully understand what those technologies are doing in the back end. And of course, if you can use those coding harnesses and save some time, because you're saving typing time, right? You're saving moving your fingers, and I think that's fantastic. Don't get me wrong, but if I let the coding harness to decide what's the architecture for this particular thing that I'm building, I don't think that's a healthy relationship between you and the technology.
Yes, yes. So yes, you want to share your screen, and I won't be taking more time of you.
Yeah. Let's talk about the AI applications. We've been building these kinds of solutions since over 3 years from now, and a couple of years from now, the Model Context Protocol was created. Why? Because let me share my screen. Share screen, entire screen. Yeah. Now we're ready. So the Model Context Protocol was created for having this standardized way for giving agents some behavior, because we have to remember models. I'm talking about large language models. Those are read-only neural networks, right? and they don't know everything about your data. They don't know everything about your own, APIs, services, documents, and so on. So we needed a way to give the model some kind of additional knowledge, so it can, with its um, behavior, it can give you some kind of data back, right? That's in a sense what's happening behind scenes. So the model context protocol was created so we can standardize the way that tools are being exposed to models, but not only tools. And that's actually what I want to talk about today. So let's talk about the MCP protocol. It stands for Model Context Protocol, right? So it's a protocol for giving context to a large language model, okay? So this is an open source standard for connecting AI applications to external systems. That's actually one of the definitions of this protocol. It's based on JSON RPC. We have to remember JSON, of course, this is actually the spec of JSON. We all use JSON since, I don't know, maybe over 25 years ago or something, right? And RPC is a remote procedure call. This is an action for executing a procedure in a different machine. That is actually the easiest definition about RPC. So JSON RPC 2.0 is the foundation of MCP. So MCP is allowing you to expose tools, meaning some kind of function that your model decides for you to execute. The model itself is not going to execute anything. The harness is going to execute the thing. Resources and prompts. And I'm going to describe what those are in just a few minutes. And yeah, instead of handwriting a function, because without MCP, of course, you had this API, right? And you had this other tool, and you had this other functionality that you wanted to expose to a model. So maybe the first one is created using, I don't know, Rust, and this other one is using .NET, and this other one is using Go, and so on. And maybe those are exposing different endpoints or what have you, right? So instead of using those, we can expose the APIs, the tools, and everything behind an MCP server in a standard way. So this is what's happening behind scenes. We have an application. This could be a harness, right? Like Cloud Code or Copilot or your own agent created, I don't know, maybe using the Microsoft Agent Framework or LangGraph or so on. And on the right side of the screen, we have tools, as I mentioned before. Think about tools like functions or APIs, and resources as well, and prompts, prompt templates, right? And we have this bidirectional communication between the AI applications and those primitive objects that I'm describing today. So this is the model context protocol. It's a glue that is in the middle of those two sides, is in the middle of those two different worlds. The applications and the tools, resources, and prompts that you want to use in those applications. Let's talk about the architecture itself of the protocol. So we have a host. The host, it's think about the host as the application itself, the process, right? For instance, Visual Studio Code, it's a host. Visual Studio 2026, Copilot, the desktop application of Copilot, or Cloud Code, and so on, right? So those are the hosts. Of course, your agent as well. And on the other side, we have an MCP server, two different components, MCP host as I mentioned before, the client itself, the process, and then the server that is exposing tools, resources, and prompts. And we have a MCP client. Don't be confused about the host and the client. The host is the process itself, meaning, for example, Visual Studio Code. And the MCP client, it's an object that is connecting to the MCP server. For instance, a host can have many MCP clients connected to different MCP servers. Okay, 3 different topics, 3 different members of the MCP architecture. And we have MCP hosts that are connecting by using an MCP client to a local server. That's possible. For instance, there are some MCP servers that are running in your own machine, okay, or in the server. Of course, I'm talking about the same machine where the host is running, okay? So that's local. And we also have remote servers, okay? Those are running in a different machine, okay? So those are the 2 ways that we can create MCP solutions. For instance, if you want to connect to an MCP server that is using some third-party applications, such as, I don't know, Adobe something, or SAP, or I don't know, maybe something in Azure. Perhaps you're using an MCP server that is running remotely, and local MCP servers are for some other scenarios, such as, I don't know, maybe connecting to your local file system or running a process that is installed in your own machine or something, okay? So let's talk about the layers that the protocol includes. Remember, this is the software architecture conference, so let's talk about, and I'm going to show you a lot of boxes, and that's perfectly expected in this kind of conferences. Let's talk about the layers that are included in the protocol itself. Let's begin with the data layer. This is actually the magic behind the MCP protocol, because as you can see here on the screen, we have different members of the data layer, such as the server features. Those are tools, resources, and prompts. Remember those MCP primitives that I was explaining before? And I'm going to describe in more detail in a few minutes. We also have in the data layer utility features, such as notifications and progress tracking, because there are some tools or functions or APIs that are, long running. Maybe they are, I don't know, they need some minutes or hours. So this is one of the components and features that the data layer has. Client features for elicitation. This is when you want the server, the MCP server, regardless if it's running locally or remotely, the server can ask the client some questions. If it needs some additional information from the client, that's elicitation. And finally, statelessness and discovery. So meaning that nowadays, the latest version of the MCP protocol is stateless. In a concrete sense, it means that in every single request, we're sending all the metadata required by the MCP server, again, regardless of where it's running, so the MCP server can process the request, okay? So this is important because thankfully nowadays we can scale our MCP servers, meaning we can have different instances of the same MCP server, right? That's the That's what happens when we scale one backend application. So that's fully supported thanks to the statelessness of this data layer. And discovery is when you want the client to know beforehand what are the features of a particular server, and it's just like an exploration process. So the client can ask, hey, what are your tools? What are your resources and prompts that you're exposing? Okay, so that's the data layer. Just imagine the data layer is inside this other layer, which is the transport layer. Okay, you can think about those two things like, I don't know, maybe an onion. An onion inside one of the layers is the data layer, and the outside layer is the transport. Speaking about the transport layer, we have two options, two transports. The first one is the standard I/O. This is, in other words, running in the same machine as the client. So it's just communicating between processes, okay, in the same machine. And the other transport is streamable HTTP. This is for remote MCP servers, right? For example, you want to connect to this MCP server that is running in the cloud, right? And your MCP host is in your machine. So you'll need the streamable HTTP transport in that particular scenario. Okay, again, this is the outside layer. Okay, and the data is the inner layer. So let's talk about a little bit more about the data layer. I was mentioning statelessness as one of the most important things, and it is. Okay, MCP is stateless. Okay, the latest version of MCP is stateless, okay? Before July 28, it was stateful, meaning that you had sticky sessions, meaning that the communication established between a client and a server was kind of permanent. It was sticky because this particular client was communicating to this particular server regardless of maybe you had other servers as well, okay? Not anymore. MCP is stateless. Every request includes the entire required information to process that particular request, okay? Inside a meta field, remember we're using JSON, so meta underscore meta is the name of a field that the protocol describes as the location for you to send all the metadata that you want. Okay, so you're free to describe everything inside the underscore meta field. Okay, and thanks to that, the servers infer nothing from previous requests. So a particular request can be processed by MCP server A, and then the next request from the same client could be processed by MCP server B. And the next one from it could be processed by MCP server C. Okay, because we don't have sticky sessions anymore. So there's a method. Remember that we're talking about remote procedure call. So yes, in other words, we have this endpoint, but the name is method, okay, because we're using RPC. Server/discover, that's the name of the method that we use for exploring a server, for discovering all the tools, all the resources, all the prompts that that particular server is exposing, okay? So this is a slide that explains what happened before July 28. So I'm going to, go very fast here because this is deprecated. Initially, we had this handshake. We needed to create this process, right? This handshake, and then the session is created after the handshake. Not anymore. Again, this is before July 28th. The new version of the MCP server, remember, once again, this is a stateless. So each request includes its own context in the underscore meta field, such as protocol version, client identity, capabilities, and so on. Even your own data, right, that you want to manage. So you send that to the server processes that request, and then it's going to respond back, okay? And we have other notions, some other components and members of the protocol that are outside of the scope of this particular session, such as the result type. Now the protocol is responding with different result types, so the client can, know how to manage, how to process that particular response from the server. And here's a couple of JSON documents that I included in this presentation for a request and a response, just to understand what's happening behind scenes. As you can see, a request can include the JSON RPC version, some ID, the method, of course. This is the server discover. Okay, this is the server discover that I was describing before. And here's the underscore meta attribute. Okay, this member is including, in this case, the protocol version that it wants to use. In this case, it's using, or is attempting to use, the latest version of the protocol, and then some other additional metadata. Okay, and you can also include claim capabilities, so the server can know the client features, okay, and capabilities, of course. And then we can see on the right side of the screen that response is responding back with some additional information, such as, hey, I have this particular tool, okay? I have some resources, I have some prompts, and so on. So this is just an example of what's happening behind scenes. And let's talk about those MCP primitives that I was describing. The tool, yes, those are functions. Think about those tools as, I don't know, maybe you want access to your own APIs in your company, or functions, regardless of the technology or language that was used for creating those, okay? Those are the tools, and I believe those are the most used ones from the MCP protocol. Like 95% of the time, we're using tools with the MCP protocol. However, we also have resources and prompts. Resources are, think about, I don't know, text files, file contents, database logs, log extracts, right? API documentation, and so on. So you can think about a resource like, I believe, any kind of binary or text file or what have you that you want to expose from your server to the clients. And then finally, the prompt. This is a reusable prompt template, so the clients can reuse those prompt templates. That's the gist of having those prompts in the server, right? Some use cases, standardized common workflows. That's a big one. Or, just letting the client know what kind of prompts they can use for calling the server, okay? You can see that previously, pre-July 28, we had a lot of different methods, okay? I think this is a full list of the methods that we had before the previous version of the MCP protocol. However, nowadays, for instance, some components were removed, such as sampling, routes, logging, and some other things were removed. So nowadays we have this more compact list of methods that we can use. And I think this is fantastic because it's easier. I think the protocol itself is easier and more capable than before, okay? Of course, I don't want to describe every single method. You can go ahead and read the official documentation from the Model Context Protocol. And finally, because we're running out of time today, transport layer. Remember, 2 transports: local, standard I/O. This is when the local machine has the host itself and the server. So you're just communicating between processes in the same machine. And yeah, standard client transport and HTTP client transport, those 2 are classes from the official C# SDK for the Model Context Protocol. If you happen to be using another different language and technology, you can go ahead and watch and read the official documentation, because there are many different supported SDKs. Model Context Protocol.io. Is that right? Yes. So yeah, here are the official available SDKs, and you can see C# is a member of the tier 1, meaning that is quite important. And of course, there are many other different languages supported by the MCP protocol. Okay, so finally and lastly, a couple of slides with code. I know this is a software architecture conference, but I had those and I just wanted to show the code, because why not, right? And this is from CSharpCorner. So this is C#, and this is creating an MCP client. And you can see that this is quite easy, right? So it's obtaining all the tools from a particular server, and then it's asking the model, hey, list the folder. Let's what's inside this particular folder. Okay, and here's another example of a remote server. This is for running a server, and actually you can use this. This is using the HTTP client transport, right? This is just a super simple sample of how to create a remote server. Okay. So my intention is not to describe every single line of code because we don't have the time. But now that we are here today in CSharpCorner, I want to tell you that we're going to, or I have the intention of creating a new series about the MCP protocol. Think about that MCP protocol in action or something. So be aware of that, and you'll have more information in the following weeks. And yeah, I think MCP protocol, it's needed, and it's fantastic, and it's quite easy to understand. Okay. Thank you, friends, for your time, and see you in the next conference or series, like the MCP in Action series.
MCP in Action, Rodrigo. Amazing, great session. Yeah, likewise.
Hey, Mahesh, how are you, my friend?
All good, all good. Good to see you.
Good to
You're
see
looking
you.
as good as ever. I need to copy you all.
Yeah. So yeah, again, thank you for having me, and congrats on the conference. It's been fantastic. I was watching a couple of sessions yesterday, and I mean it. We need this kind of conferences, software architecture, and those kind of topics and those kind of discussions, right? Because everything is nowadays just by code, and forget about the code, forget about what the model is spitting out, right? So
Yeah.
I think this is needed.
So I'll share a story. I lived in India 20 some years, 23 years, 24, 5. Then I'm living here in the US 24, 5 years. In US, let's say you buy a refrigerator, you buy any device you buy, even laptop. Once it's done, you're just done. There's no way you don't know how to fix it. Okay, this is what's happening in India. If you buy something, you open, just go fix, and you fix it and reuse it. This is going to happen with software with vibe coding.
Yeah.
Because you have no idea what the hell is there, and if it doesn't work, oh, we have to rebuild it again.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But there will be some industries and some kind of solutions that won't be able to do that. Right?
Yes, correct. It will be hard, costly, so very important.
Costly, yeah.
Architect's role is probably the most important right now, because AI can go in any directions, every directions. It can go wherever. If you don't know what it's doing, it's a problem, right?
I completely agree with you. Yeah.
And looks like your new show is coming up, and I'm going to launch 2 shows as well. One is on AI natives. It's all about AI natives, means how to best harness these AI tools and capabilities. And then, it looks like your MCP show is coming soon, so that'll be great to see you there.
Yes, I have this idea in my mind since a couple of weeks now, and yeah, let's make it happen.
Let's do it. Amazing, awesome. All right, sounds good, Rodrigo. Appreciate you again as always, and we'll talk.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. All right, friends. Looks like second day of software architecture conference going well. We are almost there. We have one more session left. This upcoming session is the compounding agentic GTM system. Before we go bring our next speaker, let's hear a couple of messages from our supporting sponsors.
Who is shaping the future of AI? Leaders and experts from NVIDIA, OpenAI, Meta, Google, and Microsoft.
And that's just the beginning. Hear insights from experts connected to Amazon, Anthropic, IBM, Intel, AMD, Apple, and Tesla. Join AI Agents Conference 2026, November 23rd to 27th. Register now at aiagentsconference.live.
Reaching developers takes more than ads. It takes real building, real engagement, and a platform where innovation actually happens. Hack India helps AI and Web3 companies drive developer adoption at scale through hackathons, hands-on building, and deep community reach across India.
From brand visibility to real product activation, Hack India connects companies with the next generation of builders, shaping India's AI and Web3 future.
All right, so yeah, AI Agents Conference is coming up. You saw the message. That's we did this already one time in March. I think March. It was amazing. This is going to be another big one. Looks like AI agents are taking over the software development. So yeah, just check out aiagentsconference.live. That's where you can find all the information. So let's bring our next speaker, Akhil. Hey, Akhil, how are you?
I'm doing great, Mahesh. Thanks for having me. How are you?
Where are you joining us from?
I'm joining from Bangalore right now.
Oh, good evening to you. It's a little late, huh?
Yeah, it's but yeah, worth the wait.
I believe you, and I know a little bit. You're a founder. You're running a company, startup. So, listen, in the startup world, there's no morning, no evening. It's 24/7.
It's true. And also, by the way, usually the timings overlap with the US clients, so we do spend a lot of time up till like 11 p.m. ish.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. All right. Listen, we are 3 minutes late. We are usually not, but I'll give you the stage and we'll chit chat after your session.
Oh, okay, interesting. Cool.
I think. Share the screen.
Yeah, let me just share my screen. Cool. I hope my screen is visible.
Yep, it looks good.
Awesome. Let's get started with this. So I think I was just talking to Rohit and deciding upon what the topic should be for this conference. And given the fact that we had started Para as an AI research agent, we saw that Para was being adopted by people out there for event and people research, right? There where the idea came into action of diving deep into GTM. And now when you're doing GTM, right, one of the main pain points that you are facing at present is that you need to make these things personalized at a large scale. You cannot reach out to people one on one, but when you are reaching out to people 200 on a single day, how are you going to take care of that, right? And also you are doing GTM using your content, you're doing GTM using outbound. There are different angles. You are doing your AU as well. You are doing writing articles as well. You're optimizing your website as well. So too many things are going on. So on that, we just want to focus on how we are doing it right now for some of our clients. GTM, we see GTM as a compounding engine itself. We are not seeing GTM as running email campaign on instantly, or running LinkedIn outreach on HeyReach, right? Or just kind of churning out 4 to 5 pieces of content on Substack, or your articles on Sanity, etc. Or maybe just being very active on social media, right? You need to see that GTM has different parts, and all of those parts get better on a gradual basis. And it cannot be something that is just happening as a reaction, but you need to proactively do this, right? So uh, basically think about it this way. If there's an objection that happened on LinkedIn or on your website, on your feedback, if that is handled well, you can use that as a content, right? You can use that as a content and make sure that it is optimized so that AI agents are able to read it, right? And then all these things turn into a flywheel, right? So basically, one of the pain points after talking to 50 plus people, we realized that each Monday when you're starting, your people are just starting off with a manual process, right? But that is very 2024 and 2025. In 2026, when you're really running things at scale, you need to make sure that your GTM is running 24 into say 7, and agents are talking among themselves, right? So uh, we call it the silo tax, right? The silo tax is when one system is not talking to the other system, the system is not compounding overall. That particular dimension might increase, but until as everyone talks to each other, you're not going to get a flywheel running, right? So the 6 functions, let's just talk on those 6 functions one by one. The first function is, let's say, outbound, right? In outbound, you are reaching out to people, right? In social, this involves channels like WhatsApp, Instagram, in some cases your Pinterest pages as well, your YouTube channel, your Substack page, etc., right? Content is what you're writing and what you're pushing uh, in sync with your website or social, that the AI agents can actually reach out to. And search is an extension of that, which is AEO. Branding is how you're creating the branding. And now video is something that has come up recently. So the idea here is AI agents are looking for proof points that whatever has been presented is real, right? Is kind of updated by a human and is not AI generated. AI agents also do not like AI slop per se. So now highest order of attention or highest order of human created content is on Reddit for now, let's say. At the same time, it is on YouTube. For example, let's say we have this website, we have this webinar going on, this conference going on. This is streaming on YouTube. So the content here is presented to you by experts in whatever they're in the field. So AI agents look for such content. So YouTube, definitely we believe that YouTube is going to be one of the major channels that will be driving organic traffic. And if you are a brand or or a B2B SaaS product or something, make sure that you are talking about yourself at these channels as well, right? So we just decided to build the 6 AI tools to take care of the silos, and then think about what if there's a mission control, right? A one place where you can control all the 6 agents and see what the 6 agents are doing, right? And yeah, though ultimately one of the point was that there's been role change, right? It's not about number of hours you're putting into GTM. It's about your taste right now, right? And also at different points in the entire flow, where are you keeping the human in charge, right? What I mean by that is that if you are in a market where the TAM is pretty high, right? You cannot control the influx of messages or outflux of messages or what's happening. But where the TAM is low, you would want that if the ticket size is high, or let's say $20,000 per plus, you would want to manually verify all the messages that are going, right? It's okay to get draft all these messages by this AI agents, but make sure that you have kind of certain architecture that is helping you to kind of just block out all the AI slop, right? Basically having review gates, I just talking about, right? So now talking about, there has to be one layer that all the 6 agents are going to read from and also contribute towards it, right? And this is the context layer that we are calling, right? This context layer had three major sections. One is the ICP and the accounts, right? The ideal customer persona, where you need to make sure that, okay, if there is a company that has raised recently, if there's a company that they've been hiring recently or for a particular role type, and that role type is one of our champion for the product, or has been posting actively on LinkedIn, etc., right? uh, Trimming down the ICP and having different sub segments in those ICPs as well, which is uh, the 5 stages of the awareness, right? Completely unaware, aware of the problem, right? Aware of the solution, aware of about your product, and then mostly aware, right? That particular layer is very important when the 6 agents are kind of working together, right? And then claim history is like, what are the social proofing that you have done, how it has worked, and what are the metrics that you can use. And then similarly, we have voice spec, performance memory, the guardrails that have to be stacked upon each other as you move forward, and then the ledger, which is actually uh, feeding in all the granola nodes or all the fathom nodes of your entire sales team, right? So this is when you're getting started, this is one of the V1 that I've said. So there are 6 agents. I put a name so that you can clearly remember them. There's prospector. The prospector is the one responsible for opening conversations, right? Prospector has a skill that knows how to talk, that knows how to charm people, right? And you can just make sure that prospector agent has read all the sales tactics out there, uh, or and also just understand what to say and what not to say, right? And then voice is what kind of voice you need when you're selling your product, right? Do you want to be come out to authoritative? Do you want to be someone who is more friendly? And also these kind of voices might differ as per the platform where the communication is happening. Typewriter is nothing but making sure that everything is written well, orchestrated well. Typewriter is going to handle your entire content, writing it on Substack, on your website or other platforms, right? Make sure that when the prospector is writing, that's a one-on-one connection. The typewriter is mostly around writing content around certain topics, right? And also finding out topics on which your competitors are writing is also as a task for the typewriter. Sherlock is the smartest person that is helping you get it cited. Right? And so Sherlock is taking care of how how your content has to be organized, right? What to do in your website so that your agents can read it, etc. Right? And then persona and director are an extension of this, where you are giving certain characteristics, right? And director is where you are combining video as one of your form factors whenever you're trying to kind of do your GTM, right? So we'll just quickly walk through each of these agents. Just quickly do a time check. Each of these agents and what are the platforms or tools that are needed. For Prospector, for data, I've been using Apollo, ZoomInfo, Cognism, and also just make sure that whatever you're using needs to have MCP support so that you can club them all in. So now the era of using UI is kind of really on the downfall, and you need to make sure that every one of each of these platforms have agentic support, right? A kind of Introspector, it helps you with sourcing, it helps you with signals. The signals can be whatever has been mentioned there: job change, hiring, funding, site visits, and obviously you take care of the awareness ladder, because you need to put the user at one of the levels over here and only then communicate. Because if someone is completely unaware and you are pitching a product to them, that person is completely going to ignore you, or that particular sale is not going to work, right? So kind of communication as per the stage is very, very important, right? Coming forward to the second fleet, the second agent, which is voice. It's your identity, right? The tone may flex a little bit, but at the same time, your voice is not going to change a lot, right? And you can have multiple voices, and when you run the A/B testing, you can clearly see that what's working, what's not working, and then take the action accordingly, right? So as I said, there are some stats in the cold email where with the reply rate is less. We make sure that the uh, the length is pretty short, and the ideal length is between 50 to 125 words. For LinkedIn, there is a little room for structure, though kind of going a little informal helps. And also, one thing is important when you're teaching your agent your voice, rather than telling it exactly what to do, give it a score. Like, be on a friendly level, be a 6 on 10, right? In terms of professionalism, be a 8 on 10, right? Depending on different platforms, you can just give this. Instead of being too qualitative, try to be a little quantitative, and that really helps, right? The third agent in the fleet is typewriter, right? Just make sure that typewriter has different evals uh, that make sure that nothing that is going out is actually wrong or a false statement, right? That would really hamper your branding, and at the same time, it kind of takes care of the anti AI writing as well, right? We have a certain skill, and we make sure that typewriter make sure that it is written in a way like how I write. For example, we have a human in the loop pointer over here as well, where I manually approve messages, right? And I edit certain messages as well. And when I'm editing those messages, typewriter as an agent is also learning of what is being edited and why it's been edited, so that moving forward, it is learning those points, right? So kind of just talking about one claim, typewriter is just converting into one long post, hooks, newsletter, case studies, video script, etc., right? And then those video script is being given to the director, the answer pages are given to the Sherlock, and the one liners, right, are given to the prospectors. That can be again used to do one-on-one communication in cold emailing or reaching out on LinkedIn, right? So now, talking about a little bit of Sherlock, it's about how can you make sure that AI agents talk about you, right? For that, firstly, you need to make sure that your content is fresh. It's at least nothing is 3 months old, right? It is fresh, and if it is old, make sure you edit it. Make sure whenever you're posting new content, give out some fresh data, right? Give out some stats that can be used directly by the agents. Give out some excerpt, right, that can be used as it is by the agent, right, instead of just talking in loops, right? And now there are four major angles to this. Firstly, I think the fourth point is measurement, right? You need to be able to see whether it's working. So have some measurement for tools like this. You can use Profound or Otterly, right? Whatever fits in the budget, right? Or you can build some sort of mini tool for yourself as well for maybe 15 to 20 prompts, key prompts for your product, right? Machine limit readability is more on a technical side, right? I think that's an easy part, and answer surface is also fine. Now, the third part is listings. This is very important because agents want to look at places that are filled by humans, right? They are also aware that there's a lot of AI slop, and they don't like AI slop as well. So make sure that you talk to your customers, get some reviews on platforms like Reddit, Capterra, etc. And also at the same time, if you're trying to build in B2C, or you are a tool that has some learning curve, maybe go ahead and hire someone in Fiverr or Upwork for your product, right? Or get some listings out there done, right? Now, persona is the same, the fifth agent, kind of giving the exact angle of how the refusals must be handled, right? This is more kind of a sales persona, I would say, right? In some cases, we would want the person to speak back as well, right? It can be different LinkedIn profiles, it can be different people in your company of how who are kind of taking care of this, right? And then the director, this is pretty interesting right now. So using tools like Lamina, right? Lamina is one of the most famous tool that I've been using to create movies. It has a tool that has the capability to create Hollywood grade movies right from your browser, right? And it has all the top models. I think I have the MCP of that, and my director uses Lamina MCP to create this particular movies or short videos that the typewriter has suggested, right? And now the competitors, initially before Lamina, used to use Higgsfield, but Higgsfield had a lot of manual work. So I think Lamina really helps in that case. Moving forward, it's like make sure that you are somehow connecting each of these agents. I think I'm running out of time, so I think we'll not be taking too much time. Make sure that there are loops in your entire system, because if the loops do not exist, your entire system is not going to compound, and only compounding is going to save you, because GTM every quarter is kind of changing. There are so many tools out there, and if you're going to work in silos, it's not going to work, right? It's kind of the AO, you have to give it time for it to work. Start with one loop, I would say. Your first moves are build the six agents. If it is too much to connect them, initially it's fine to kind of just make sure you grow them internally, they reach a certain point, and then start connecting them, right? And then this final line, will next quarter be easier than this one? The answer is probably yes, but given the fact that how GTM era is changing, I believe that the next quarter is going to be much more exciting, and at least for the next 2 years of how things are changing. So I think, yeah, that's all from my side. Let's continue the chat.
Hey, that was great. Yeah, so a lot of learning, Akhil. Looks like this is exciting. Where are you with this? This launch product is launch, and what is the website URL or app?
It's getpara.ai. So
I just
yeah,
went there and I tried to subscribe. It looks like it needs a WhatsApp number, right? How can
yeah. So
people join?
it's right now we are focusing on B2B. If, for example, definitely you can shoot me an email and we'll make sure a sales pipeline and someone from the sales team will reach out to you for this product. Um, and the idea over here, Mahesh, is that it's like GTM is changing and no one tool is going to really work. What we are focusing on, or what our bet is that IRL and human relationships. For example, let's say I'm talking to you and you're talking to me. And if you have some doubts, I'm the right person to clear out your doubts about Para as a product, right? So similarly, no matter how many agents you might create, no matter what GTM you might do, this is all fine. But the IRL aspect is super important. So on Para, with Para, you can actually go ahead and hire experts who have the all the 6 agents running with them, and those people will be helping you with US GTM, right?
Yeah, makes
So
sense.
right now, if you'll be reaching out to me, right, with your product, we will be connecting you with experts in your industry who will physically go to events in US or other parts of the world as well, and kind of get your objectives fulfilled.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. And yeah, and I think looks like you also spoke at Hack India event.
Yeah, so I was a judge there, and I think it's like
Yeah.
India's future is in good hands. Crazy submissions, and I think love the energy over
Yeah.
there.
There you go. Okay. How did you like it? Yeah.
It was interesting. I think with Hack India, I think I just got introduced a few months back from one of my friends, and then they reached out for this particular event. I was like, absolutely anything where I can serve and be of some help, right? So
Yeah. I saw your LinkedIn post and it looks like you were educating in the U people is that's amazing. That's yeah.
yeah, we are looking forward to kind of work with them. But yeah, let's see.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate Akhil for you coming. I know it's a little late there. I think our audience enjoy. You had almost 10,000 people were watching live. We are trending on Twitter all day. That's a
Yeah,
big
yeah.
thing for us. Yeah. So
If you'd like to reach out to me, it's akhil@getpara.ai. Feel free to reach out to me, and I think whenever it comes to GTM and agents, I am all ready, right? I can just talk about it all day.
awesome. Awesome. We should definitely talk and maybe do an virtual conference just for GTM because that's a big need also.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think that should be good.
All right. Sounds good,
Cool.
buddy. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mahesh. Bye bye.
Thank you. All right, gents. That was that. That was our last session of the day. This is day 2 of software architecture conference. We talk about software architecture and how it's changing the way it is now building a lot of software. So with that said, let's bring in is Rohit here. If not, we can also play a couple of messages from our sponsors. Let's
Rohan
play
didn't
them.
change his routine, just added one habit. Amit walks every day for work, but today, every step earns him rewards.
For Meena, mornings are busy, but she never misses her quiz.
They didn't change their life, just added Sharp Economy to it.
Download the Sharp Reward app now.
AI agents are changing how the world builds and works. Meet the people shaping that future at AI Agents Conference 2026. Explore multi-agent systems, autonomous workflows, and real-world AI applications built for the next generation of technology. Join a global community of AI leaders, researchers, engineers, and builders from November 23rd to 27th, 2026. Don't miss the future of AI. Register for AI Agents Conference 2026 and secure your spot today. Social media never stops, but most teams don't have time to research, create, post, and grow every day. Social Spider AI gives you an always-on team of agents to research, create, schedule, and publish, all in one workflow.
Stay consistent, grow your reach, and build AI visibility with a social media team that works around the clock.
All right, everyone. This is it. This is our end of this AI, this software architecture conference, last day. And again, so many people watching. Thank you so much for staying with us, sharing your questions, comments. And we will see you again in next couple of months. We have 2 conferences coming up, .NET conference coming up. And then we also have another AI agents conference coming up. Do follow CSharpCorner social media accounts to stay up to date with the more upcoming conferences. With that said, csharp.tv. Also check out csharp.tv, where we have several weekly live shows all around emerging tech. So if you want to learn AI, you want to learn tokenization, you want to learn GEO, check out those channels. And with that said, everybody have a nice, great weekend. See you soon.